All right, hello everyone. How you doing tonight? Yes, sir. Yo Matu, yo Mashiro. How you doing, guys? Hope you're doing great. Wait, give me a second. Let me show you my face. Oh, wrong one. My bad, my bad. Wait. Where are you? Good scene here. Am I here? I'm here. Let's go. How you doing, guys? Hope you're doing great. Hope you had a great Wednesday. Yes, I'm alive. I'm alive, and tonight we're talking Ravebound. So I'm alive and a happy man, and that's something that's very cool. Very cool. I've been missing streaming so bad. You guys can't know how excited I was to launch a stream. Like, I I kind of get a revival of my first time streaming. Like when I started streaming Yu-Gi-Oh. So about uh, some like what a year ago? No, something like 8 months ago. Every time I clicked on go live, we were like between 50 viewers and 100 viewers, sometimes even more when there were like ban lists, new sets and stuff. And like right now when I'm clicking go live, I'm like, okay, will there be someone? Will I have like two, three, five viewers? I can feel the excitement and I enjoy being back streaming. I'm fine, I'm fine. How about you, Mashiro? How you doing, brother? Hope English is fun with you. It's the new way of streaming here. English is the way, my brother. English is the way. I got a strong schedule for tonight. I'm a bit late though, so sorry about that. But you know how it is. Never easy to be on time for me. I have a strong schedule for tonight. So we'll just get started right away. Please just let me know if anyone is listening on like phone or desktop, whatever. Let me know if the music volume and the mic volume are better balanced than last week. Because last week, a lot of you told me, yeah, your mic is too low, the music is too loud. I redid from scratch the whole balancing, so it should be better. Just let me know if the mic is loud enough, if the music is strong enough, or if I should like drop the volume a bit. Just let me know. And if everything's fine, we can just get started with the stream. And I'm really excited because, as some of you might have seen, if you did not, feel free to drop a follow on my Twitter account, which you can find in the I think it's in the Twitch description. You have all of my socials. If you don't, let me know. I will update them. But I think you do. So yeah, as some of you may know, there are locals in my city, so in Angers, France. There are locals for Riftbound with proxies, of course, because like official cards are not released yet, so we are playing using like proxies, printed proxies. And there have been locals for I think 3 weeks, but I couldn't play the last one. So the previous one, I mean. So I played the last one. And I actually won it with Ahri, which is a legend. So this Ahri, right? If you guys don't know what Ahri I'm talking about, this Ahri, which is a legend that I always believed in and thought was like really good, even when it was not played at all. And I'm not on a time warp list, and I think the build is as good, if not even better, than whatever a time warp build could achieve. So I'm planning to first things first discuss Ahri deck building tonight, how I approach the deck building for this list, give you a bit in-depth knowledge about matchups and stuff. So like basically a detailed deck profile, which I think this early on in the game is like something very crucial to give you insights on why I do things and what I want to counter and so on and so on. Then there's something else I want to do, and it's deck building Lux, because so the Lux Legend from Proving Grounds. I don't think the Lux Legend is like that strong. I don't think it's like a game changer, but I do think it can already I don't know, have a very good matchup into Ramp E and into Aurora E. So I want to try and build a Lux list, and if I'm satisfied with what we produce tonight, I might be playing it for the next locals, so Saturday evening, and then next week we can update on how it did, maybe think about improvements for the build and stuff. For Ahri, for the Ahri list, I'm pretty confident because I've been like playing the deck for already a month or something, and like tinkering around with ratios, testing cards and stuff, deck building it, fitting it in different matchups. So I'm really confident that if you guys like Ahri, you will like this list. You have to try it. No translations for tonight, Papi, because it was shit last week, and I could not find a way to make it work properly. A free way. There were paid translation systems. So if you guys can't stand English, which I can perfectly understand, apparently Papi tried the translation tool on YouTube, and it's fine. It's working properly. So what I'm advising is I post VODs, I post replays of the streams on the Katchouze VOD channel, which you also can find in the description of the stream, I think. Feel free to check it if you cannot really understand English and you still want to watch the content. Turn on the auto translation in French and it should help you guys understand. Other than that, I also drop edited VODs on the main channel, which is Katchouze Rebound, which might take a bit of time to drop. But if you want to see the video like the day after it has been streamed, go to the Katchouze VOD channel. Everything will be updated there the day just right after the stream, so you can have everything. Thank you for the follow, Curly Bill. Welcome. Hope you're doing great. Hope you had a great Wednesday. And you too, Peppy, by the way. Hope you're doing great. So, as I mentioned, I'm pretty confident this Ahri build is at the very least worth considering, and I'll be talking about it with you. Then I want to deck build Lux with you guys. So this time I don't have any experience. I've not played a single game of Lux, but I think it could have decent potential in the current format. So I want to build it, and if I'm satisfied with the list, I will be playing it at my next local Saturday evening. And last things we're going to do, depending on the time we have left, is watching a game from the Guangzhou regional top 64. So last week we watched the Darius versus Kaisa and analyzed how Darius should have won, could have won, mind game, technical play and stuff. And today we're going to go deeper into the top, maybe top 32 or top 16 depending on the matchup. And we're going to watch the games and try to understand how they could play the interactions better, or if they play perfectly, then learn from them and be like, oh, okay, you should do this, it's very interesting. So yeah, that's something we're going to do tonight too, and I hope it will be enough. I think it will be enough. We should end the stream by like midnight or something like that. So yeah, it's a great schedule, and let me know if you have any questions. Feel free, of course. I'll be happy to answer, more than happy to answer, and to have you guys on stream. I'm so excited to be streaming again. It's like very, very cool. Last question before we get into the stream and into the actual Ahri content. Have you guys watched the last YouTube long video? I've been posting shorts, so I'm not talking about shorts. I think shorts are doing fine on their own. But have you guys watched the long video? And if so, did you like the editing? Was it enough? Too much cuts? Too much information? I've tried to narrow it down to about an hour, which I think it's like an hour and a minute, so something like that, which I think is fine for talking about like 16 Legends. Did you watch it? Did you like it? Do you have any recommendations? Feel free to let me know. I'm eager to learn more about what you think, because I'm addressing a new audience, which is the English one, of course. So you guys feel free to let me know, and I'll try and improve for the upcoming videos. But to be fair, I was pretty proud of how it turned out. I edited the whole thing myself. My editor dropped me the like very cool animation. I can show you, because I'm very, very proud of how this turned out. Actually, won't take long. Don't worry. True question. International community. No, I think it should be okay, because wrong channel. I think it will be okay because there's a very simple way to think about my in-game name if you're an English person, let me type it in the chat. It's like this. You just pronounce it like this. Like if a cat had shoes on, it would be Katchouze. And that's my name. That's about it. So I think it should be okay if they don't pronounce it correctly, then they're just willing to hurt me. Like there's no way they can't pronounce Katchouze. So I'm talking about like, wait a minute, where is it? Oh, where are you at? Oh, this one, this animation, so cool. My editor dropped me this. I was like, bro, that's insane. Like it's legit stream, official stream tier animations, and the guy is like, I'm working on something. Give me a day, and I'm like, alright, but we have a video that releases tomorrow. So if it's for that video, please let me know. And he's like, trying out something, and he drops me this fucking masterpiece. Like, look at that. You give me a second. I'm showing you the stream. Here, I guess. Yeah, you have the wrong cam, but it's okay. So it drops this fucking masterpiece. Like, I'm trying out something. Watch this. So this is the video, all right? And he drops me this with the light and all, and like, which is perfect to explain the legend effect, introduce it to you, show you what it's about. And he's like, I've tried something. It looks cool. I'm like yeah, yeah. It looks cool, bro. It looks cool. And then it goes out of the screen in like a few seconds. Oh, so it's like, bro, made it easier. And this also, I was pretty happy regarding that. Like when this I did it myself. So let me know if this helps, because also obviously it takes like some time to do this. So let me know if this helps. If just the voice is enough, let me know. Any advice is like gladly appreciated. What do you think? We start this Ahri talk. There's a lot I want to discuss with you guys, so let's not delay it for longer. I think it's this one. Is it? It is this one. Look at this. Here's the kitty cat. You might have to move out so I can stream the list. Will you? She's not willing to. She's happy where she's at right now. Oh. Wanna see the cat? Give me a second. Here you go. Kitty cat. Ooh. Here you go. No. You want to fight? I'm fighting you. I'm beating you down. I'm beating your ass. Okay. You win. You win. She's attacking me. How you can choose? Great. How you, Kuto? How are you, my friends? I see a lot of new players complain about not enlarging the cards for them to read. So I think that's a good idea. I think so. Yeah. I think so. That's what I'm trying to do. We are very early in the game's lifespan. So I think like for where we at in the game's lifespan, once again, I think I'm doing like very technical content, which, like, let's not say I'm world champion or anything. At least not right now. Maybe later on. But it's important that we also start from scratch and explain everything. I think. Yoanja, how you doing, brother? Long time no see. Glad to see you guys. Be back on stream. Feels so good. Oh, the camera. Oop, I hit the desk. Bad idea. Duly noted. So, how about we get started with this Ahri deck profile? So you will have my keyboards. I'll try to make it okay. This is the best I can do. Oh, cat's back. No. The predator is back. Kitty cat. Wanna fight again? I see. Nothing you can do when you're dead. Please. I love you, but not now. Leave. Yeah, let me work. Who's paying for your food, if not me? Let me work. Alright guys, sorry. So, this will be my Ahri list for the current format. There are a few things I want to talk about. It's not only about cards, it's also about matchups and stuff. So the first thing I'm going to do is tell you why I picked Ahri, why I think this legend is very good, what I think it can do in the format. If you have any question, anything you want to react to, any idea that's coming from what I'm saying, feel free to interrupt in the chat. I would be very glad to discuss things with you and explain my thought process, because I think, once again, we're pretty early in the game's lifespan. No, you go down. And I don't want you guys to be like lost and be like, oh, it's too technical, I'm leaving. So feel free to ask, I'm here to explain. Alright, guys? I'm not, yo cares, I'm not doing Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, at least as of now. Ah! Come on. Leave. Leave. I'm gonna be mad. You leave. You stop doing that. She's not used to to me saying no to her. She's the king at home. So, first thing first, here's Ahri, the legend. So if you guys don't know what Ahri does, let me just show it to you. Ahri says, Ahri reads, whenever an enemy unit attacks you, this unit gets -1 might this turn to a minimum of 1 might, alright? The good thing with this effect, compared to Master Ease, it's obviously weaker, because Master Ease is whenever a unit's defense alone, it gets +2, so obviously +2 is better than -1. But what's very good with this effect, it's like, it applies to every unit that attacks you. So if there are like 2 to 3 units attacking you, then this effect will do -2 or -3. And that's very important in the way we will build the deck, because we will consider this effect as guaranteeing us a good matchup into multiple units decks. Like decks that spread board and attack you with like 2, 3, 4 bodies are not that much of a threat because of this legend effect. Now, what's like the best thing about Ahri, I don't think it's her effect, like really. I think the best thing about Ahri is the colors that are putting on it. So, I personally think, might be wrong, right? But I think the green color, the Calm rune, is currently the best rune in the game. Why so? Because it has 2 exclusive things that are like insanely broken. The first one is counter spells, so Defy and Windwall. So everybody's playing Defy in the main deck if you're playing green, basically. Let me show it to you here. Defy and Windwall is in the side deck, it's right here. And I think the fact that you have exclusive access to these 2 cards is like insanely strong in a lot of situations. The fact that you can bait your opponent to use the key cards in their deck and then just counter it, and they have no way to shut it down, is like insanely strong in my opinion. And the second thing green has an exclusive access to is chip buffs. So I know like yellow and stuff can buff units like Grand Stratagem and everything, blue too, but the best thing, the best buffs you can have in the game are these 6 cards. So like 3 Discipline, 3 and Ward. These cards are like really strong, they play really well into everything in the metagame, so they help you defend against Rampy, like Dead Bloom, Tasty Feyfolk, and so on and so on. And also they help you against Case, because you can use them to go over blasts. Like if they try to kill a Poro with like X-Tech Ray, you can just drop a Discipline. You will not lose any card in your hand because you will draw one when the card resolves, and your Poro goes to 4 and does not die to X-Tech Ray. So like, yeah, I think these 9 cards are what makes green utterly broken, in my opinion, the best color in the game. These specific 9 cards. And then blue, I think blue is the absolute perfect utility color. It has so much toolbox that is available, but it's a separate color. Like to play blue, you have to have a first very strong color, and then blue will fit in and help you like correct your weak points and things you don't do so well. So if I'm talking about cards in this deck, you have a tough time accelerating. Okay, you have these guys, which are like very good in the format. You need accelerates for cheap value. You can play these guys. You need to bring down the might of opponent units. Then you have the stupefies and you have the engwards. You need to face blasts. Well, you can play retreat. You need to generate card advantage because you are burning a lot of cards in your hand. Well, you can play Katchouze the Past. So, Yoli Yuk, how you doing? How you doing, my brother? Glad to have you here. So I think blue is the perfect complementary color, which is not like a main primary color, but it's something that complements very, very well what green can do in terms of controlling the board and the pace of the game. Alright? Yo Corazon, how you doing, brother? Glad to have you on stream. So those are the reasons I firmly believed Ahri would be an insane legend. Of course, I was not streaming, so you guys can always say I'm lying, but I was convinced first day after all the reveals that Ahri would be a very great legend no matter what. And that's not the fact that it topped with Time Warp that makes me like this legend. I think it's really strong. I missed the day you speak about the two decks I want to play. Which decks? Tonight we're talking Ahri and we're talking Lux. Sorry to hear that, Yuko. Hope you're doing great, my brother. You know, my DMs are open. If you need anything, let me know, brother. If I can help, I will. You know how things are, right? Stanley is here to support you, yeah. Alright, so, now, I've talked to you about why picking Ahri. Now, I think we need to discuss about how to warp your deck building around Ahri's effect, which, as a reminder, I know I've said already, but maybe some people joined late, is whenever an enemy unit attacks you, you gave them -1 might, alright? -1 might to a minimum of 1. So what's really interesting is that you already have a might reduction that's on your board that they cannot play around, they will have to commit into it, and they will have to have big might amounts to play around it. So, what's really important to activate this effect is, first thing first, controlling boards, because it only activates when you defend. So, controlling boards seems to be a must. So, having cheap units, cheap accelerates, cheap ways to protect your units from being removed is very important. Second thing, and I think it's the most underestimated way to play Ahri as of now, is the might difference that you can generate with like 2-3 mana. The mic has a problem? Or let me know if the mic has a problem. Oh, the mic's not doing great? Wait, let me check. Give me a second, I'll just check if everything's working properly. Yeah, it seems so. Is there still a problem? You guys let me know. Is there still a problem or not? If there's still a problem, I will try to unplug it and replug it. Let me know, please. I don't feel anything weird. There's still a problem? Okay, so I will just unplug it and replug it. Give me a second. Alright, is it any better? Let me know. When I'm not making any sound, it's not like being weird, so is it any better? Let me know. I've tried unplugging it and replugging it. Still, pain. Wait, give me a second, I'll unplug the other end. Alright, am I back? Is it better? Or is it still painful? Don't know why it's lagging. There's no reason for it to. Let me know. You guys. If everything's good, let's go. If it's still lagging, I don't know what I can do. Again, pain. pain. Weaker? What could this be? What could the issue be? So if wait, give me a second. I'll try something. My bad. Sorry, guys. Give me a second, and then we're getting into this Ahri list. My bad. Uh, oh, am I back? Am I not? Am I back? Can you hear me? No, you can't. No, you can't. All right. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me, please? Please tell me you guys can hear me. Is it better? I hope it is better. Again, there's not much I can do. When I move, it's like what? Buff, but go on. Wait, no, I cannot record the video with the sound going crazy. I cannot do that. So let's not move. So if I'm doing this, it's good. It's not normal, right? So weird. Like if I do this, like you guys hear popping noises. Makes no sense, right? What the fuck? Wait, let me bring back the light. You guys lost all the lights. Yup. Everything good there. So if I'm like this, you guys can... Oh, please, stop. Go somewhere else. She's not used to me streaming. I told you I left. I left too long ago. She does not remember. Still popping noises. C'est quand tu... What the fuck? Wait. Oh, I do have another though. No. Pooping noises. Stop. And the cat wants to fight you. Let's try something. Give me a second. Can you hear me? No, you can't. Oh, pain. Pain, pain, pain. Can you hear me? Yeah, no? No, you can't. Oh, you can. You can hear me now. Is it any better? I should maybe try to hear myself and see what it does. In your face. Try out audio. I cannot hear anything. Here we go, here we go. No, I have nothing. I have nothing. But you guys hear popping noises. Yeah, I should look for that. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm so sorry, guys. Any better? I did unplug, replug. Unplug, replug strategy, guys. Did this work? Did it work? We went from the unplug, blow in the mic, replug. I'm nuts. You think I'm nuts? I might not be. Oh, the cats want to go out. Yeah, go out. Good idea. Great idea, actually. Please. Love you, kitty. Love you, kitty cats. Can I do that? Okay, so what if I do that? Do you guys hear me better right now? Do you guys hear me any better if I do this? Is the sound quality better? I've switched to NVIDIA Broadcast, which supposedly has a better sound quality. I think it should have. Is anything better here? It should have better quality right now. Let me know. Yup, I did unplug, replug. Does not work properly. Pain. And of course, everything's working properly until I start streaming. You heard me when I blew. Huh? Is this any better? And is this better if I do this? Yeah, it might be better if I do this. No? I do not have any way to hear myself, which is painful. Yeah. So this, and this, and now. How about this? Is it any better? Is it any better? Oh, maybe I can try it right here. No? Wait. Can I try? There's two Katchouze now. Oh. Is it better? Is it better? Is it not? Please tell me it's better. Okay. Seems to be better? Okay. If it's good, then great. If it's not, then let me know. Echo? What do you mean echo? Oh. Maybe I know why. No, I don't. Yeah, no, maybe I do. Is it because of this? No, should not be. Two mics. Wait, what? Wait, but why do I not hear anything? Two mics. Oh.
Okay. Well, I found the way. I think I found it. Oh! Hey man, my brothers. Hey man, I found the plug. Okay, so for whatever reason, when I plugged the camera right here, like this guy, which you can see the board on, it froze my mic. So now, what I need to do, because I had to unplug the camera to switch the to switch the drivers to give it a try. So now I just need to make the camera work again because I think right now it's frozen. Yeah, it is. And if it works again, perfect, we can go. So much better. Okay, so nice. Great. Very great. And everything should be good. Everything should be good. Camera, I'm counting on you. Who? Who? We got this. We can stream. Let's go, baby. All right. Do I need to start from scratch, or did you guys still hear like fine-ish what I was talking about? Let me know. I can start from scratch. It's okay. It's okay. I can start from scratch. Actually, I might have to start from scratch for the VOD. What do you think? Should we start from scratch? Maybe yeah. All right. So let's go. Better late than never. Tonight we're talking about Ahri. I'm going to make it a bit shorter since probably some of you have already heard it. I think Ahri is a very strong legend. I think Time Warp is bait. I don't think you need Time Warp to win in Ahri. You don't need to rely on a gimmicky combo that you can pull some like one game out of 3 or 4 or whatever. Just let me E. Okay, I'll just move this. Then. All right, great. So, the thing about Ahri is the 2 colors that are putting on it. I've talked about it already. I won't do it again. You guys know what I'm talking about. Now I was talking about her effect, which is like whenever an opponent attacks you, they get -1 might for every unit that's attacking. So let's say they attack with 2 units, they get 2 might, and it's fine. It's even with what would be Mastery's effect, which gives you +2 when you're defending. And whenever they get to attack with a higher number, then you get the win. So what I was talking about is first thing first. Let's like kind of a checklist of what you want to achieve to enable this effect. First thing first, you need to hold battlefields. So that means having units that stick on board, having units that can stay through blasts, through effects, through attacks, and also because that's something that's very important in the game as of now, having the ability to accelerate. So whenever you get blasted or you lose a battlefield, you can get back onto it quickly and like basically a tempo deck. So the most important thing with Ahri will not be resources. There's basically a card game is like a marketing thing for anything, for any product. What you have to think about are resources. So do you have enough resources to make your deck work? Tempo, which is like, do you have enough board to dominate the field? And also score, which is like, if you wish, kind of something like global economy, which is like, okay, I'm ahead of the competition, I'm behind the competition, and you need to adapt strategy to this. So these 3 things are very important in Riftbound, and you need to balance them to understand your deck. Ahri does not need so many resources to work. You can have like 5 to 6 mana and like trade with Yi when he has 12. No problem. But what's very important are the resources in hand, so the amount of cards in hand, so you can threaten to react during their turn, and the fact that you can control the board. So tempo is the most important thing with Ahri. You have to understand the concept of tempo, and if it's not clear with you guys or girls, please, I beg you, ask me in the chat. Let me know, and I can explain in like deeper ways what tempo is about. But it's the most important thing with Ahri, knowing when you are behind, when to retreat, when to drop bodies, when to keep mana. Something I do very often, and by very often I mean like every game, is my board is like this. So I have like whatever 6 runes. I have like 1 unit in the battlefield, 1 unit in base, like let's say something like this, and I'm ahead in points. And you have like 2 opportunities there. First thing would be I can get there, use some of my resources to like push, so to use like I don't know, like a smoke screen to kill the enemy unit and then get there, score the points. but that's not what you want to do. Once again, tempo is very important. So something I'm doing like almost every game is I'm exactly this board state, and I'm like, pass. Why? Because I'm ahead. Like, let's say I have like 2 points, my opponent has like one, whatever. Then I just pass because they have to come crashing into me. I'm not the one that's late in the game. Doing this would be greedy because if they find a way to clear these 2 units, then I have no tempo left at all. I have no boards, no way to pressure the game state, and I'm very much done for. Pretty much done for. So, if you pass here, they can also like do their thing and pass again. Then you drop like another poro and pass with like something like that, whatever. Basically, how the game will go is like you have 2, they get to 2, you get to 3, they get to 3, you get to 4, and so on until you get to 8 and they're at 7. So at some point, they will have to commit into your board, and that's when you want to surprise them because you have so many cards that can surprise the opponent and take over his resources during his turn that you can basically force them to come and they are like 100% certain to lose, but they have to. So look at all the cards I'm putting on the board right now. All these cards, all of these cards. So it's like, you see, there's like Poro and the champion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are like 14 cards out of the 40 in the deck that are not interactions. All of the deck is based around interacting during your opponent's turn, taking the lead, and forcing them to commit onto you to gain advantage, to regain tempo. So that's the way I built this deck, and it's working very, very, very well. As a reminder, I won the last local with it like 4-0, 3-0, 4-0. I don't remember, but it was like very good. And why I wanted to share this list with you, because you could be like, yeah, but it's only game. People are at your local are probably not that good, and you would probably be right. What's very interesting is that I beat 2 rampies, which is considered one of the best decks in the format as of now. And I think the Ramp Yi matchup is very, very, very favored for Ahri. I think it's like 70-30, if not like 80-20 for Ahri. So I'm going to explain every choice in the list to you now. Once again, in the comments, in the Twitch chat, feel free to ask anything. And let's go. So the first thing I talked about was the legend. Now comes the first things first. Comes the champion. I don't want to play Green Ahri. So as a reminder for you guys who do not know the card, Green Ahri is a 5 energy and 1 power card that only has 4 might. So it's very understat. Like most of the cards in the game are like 3-4-3 and no burn, or like 3-4-4 and a burn. But this card is 5-4-4 and a burn, so it's like dog shit, and it does not fit with what I want to do with the leader ability. On the other end, this card, the blue Ahri champion, is absolutely insane in what you want to do with the deck. Remember what I told you? What's very important is the difference in might you are able to generate. This card does exactly that because whenever it attacks or defense, you can reduce the might of an enemy unit here by 2. And that's extremely important because let's say I'm fighting against I'm at the battlefield, all right? And then a Date Bloom Predators comes to trade me from Yi. So it's 8 might. Then Ahri's effect triggers, it goes to 7 might. Then this Ahri's effect triggers, it goes to 5 might. And now any buff, like let's say I play Discipline on this Ahri, makes it a 5/5 trade. And for 2 mana, I dealt with a Dead Bloom Predator, drawing an extra card, which is very important in the Yi matchup because Yi is a deck that loses tempo very hardly, but suffers from loss of card advantage. So generating cards is very good. Even trades when you are in card advantage are very good. And so this card is exactly what I want to have in my champion slot. It's also cheap. So as you might have seen, I'm not playing a lot of units. I'll explain why later on, but I'm not playing a lot of units. And so having a cheap unit that you can drop early on when you miss on turn 2 starting on, in your starting end is something that's very good. And also most of the time, what I use this card for is to attack, because it's basically the only card in the pool of blue-green cards, units, that is very, very, very good at attacking. Most of these cards are like defensive tools or like buffs or anything, but they're not like very good at attacking. Like let's say this Poro, it's a good card to defend. This student, Ravenbloom student, is good to defend because you can like hold and then you play a buff and they get to 5. It's decent to attack, but this one is so much better to attack. So most of the time, what I do is whenever or whatever I'm first or second, does not matter. I drop a turn 2, so like Poro or Ravenbloom or like whatever. Then I move it to next turn. So I'm on like, let's say I'm going second. I'm on 3 might, right? Three runes, sorry. And the battlefields are like this and this, whatever. So most of the time I'm going to drop this guy and keep a mana open, because remember, I have so many spells that are like 1 drops and have impact. So I'm going to keep 1 mana open to protect this Burrow from like Charm or a Blast or whatever from like Keisa. And then I will, next turn, so let's say I'm on 5 might now, I will move this Burrow to a battlefield, like the one that's not held by my opponent. Since I'm going second, let's say my opponent also like plays Mastery and has a Poro in there. And I will just like drop Ahri in base for 3 recycle 1. And then I have 2 mana left. And I'm already pressuring the game state a lot, because next turn I can use this Ahri to attack the Poro and negate the Yi buff. Yi gives +2, Ahri gives less -2, so basically it's like even. And then it's 3-on-3, and it's a battle of who has more boosts, and obviously, looking at my deck lists, I'm the one that has more boosts. So more interactions in a way, if you prefer. So yeah, this card is very insane to pressure boards and to like just gain tempo. So I love this card so much. It's so good. I'm going to give you, of course, examples of game plan later on, but I wanted to talk about why this card is so good before. Now, if we get into the, we've picked the legend, we've picked the champion. There's still something that needs to be picked out of the main deck. Then we're getting into the main deck. These are runes and battlefields. So, as I've told you before, one of the main things that are important for Ahri are cards in hand, and not energy, not runes. So I play 3 battlefields that are draw power battlefields. So the idea is to generate as much card economy as I can, to always have cards in hand to threaten my opponent, that if I have 4 mana open during your turn, I will use them and you cannot come and fight me because you will lose this fight. Sometimes it's not true, but you will see that a lot of this gameplay revolves around like poker stuff, and it's very, very cool to play. So, game 1, I'm almost always going Zones Warrens. So for those who don't know, Zones Warrens is when you conquer here, discard 1, draw 1. Game 1 is most of the time the toughest game, because this battlefield is the only one that does not generate card economy. It just cycled your end. You discard 1, draw 1. So you do not generate a +1. But on the other end, it allows me to play a lot of toolbox that is like very good main deck wise, like retreat, but sometimes not good in several matchups. And like, let's say I'm fighting against Yi. I can just like discard retreat and draw another card game 1, and then game 2 and 3 I can side deck these cards, so they go out of my deck and I bring in better cards to fight for this matchup. So it's a good way to play very generic stuff in the main deck that I like, and also it's not a map that's too benefiting to other legends, because like it's decent, but it won't give them the game. Let's say I attempt to play you channel an extra rune at the beginning of your first turn, and then I face a Yi. I literally do not want to have this map on board, because if they are first, they get to 3 instead of 2, then they can play first turn find your center. And if they are second, instead of 3, they have 4 might, and they can play first turn catalyst. And both of these cards, I do not want them to be able to play first turn. So this is a good map to blind into a matchup and have like find a decent amount of answers in your deck. Now, the remaining pool of maps depends on the result of the first game. This map is for whatever game I'm going first. So this map reads, when you hold here, draw 1, all right? Very simple. It's for whenever I'm going first, because I told you it's very hard for my opponents to attack my battlefields when I'm ahead in points. So I'm going first, dropping Poro, then he goes whatever he wants on the board, drops a unit, then I move here, and I'm in there, and it will be very tough for you to stop me from doing like 2-3 cards with this map alone. So this is for when I'm going first, be it game 2 or game 3. So this is the map I think I play the less amount of time, because going first means you've lost the previous game, and most of the times this map helps you win the first one, and then I play this one, which is literally Exodia for my deck. Okay, this map, the Dreaming Tree, is Exodia for this deck list. So this map says the first time you choose a friendly unit with a spell here, each turn you can draw a card. And why is it so good? Is because there are so many spells that target in this deck that you can activate it almost every turn, one time during your turn and one time during the opponent's turn. And that generates so much card economy that it kinda like balances the fact that you are most likely going second when you're playing this. So game first, dropping this, then I win. Game 2, going second, then I'm not going to use my going first map. So I'm playing this map, Dream Tree, and it kinda balances the fact that you are going second. And then if I happen to lose game 2, or if I lost game 1, then I'm going this game 2. But if I happen to lose game 2 in this setup, then game 3 I'm going this, and I'm starting and I'm going there. And so like I feel it's a very, very strong combination of 3 battlefields. Getting back onto the Dreaming Tree, the cards that allow you to draw are obviously Retreat, that you can activate on your own units, obviously Engward draws, Discipline draws, and something very, very important you have to consider is this card to Stupefy. Most of the time, like let's not say 100% of the time, but like most of the time, I use these cards on my own bodies, because if I have any card in there, like let's say Poro, and my opponent plays his unit, like whatever, and says, okay, I'm going to conquer here. Now you know it's early game. He's on like, what, 3-4 runes? He most likely does not have a way to accelerate, and if he does, you still have the Poro with the Ahri effect to defend. So what you can do here is using these cards, so tapping a mana to target your Poro and then draw 2. Because you draw 1 because of Stupefy, and then you target it in there, so you draw an extra card, and then you draw 2. You generate card economy once again, and it's very, very strong to dig into the deck and find what you are looking for. So yeah, this map is literally Exodia for the deck. So these are the 3 maps, and then regarding runes, you will see during the deck profile, but I'm just on like 5 green and a 7 blue. Reason is, if I was to like just think about what ratio of runes I want to see, I would probably play 4 green and 8 blue, because there's a lot of blue burn in the deck. But my problem with that is that if you diminish the amount of green runes in your rune deck too much, you are facing the issue of having to defy sometimes very crucial cards, like catalysts in mid game or something like that, and not having a green rune. So I could just show you. Maybe I should show you actually. Just give me a second. I will show you something which is I think really interesting for those who are passionate about deck building. So this, I guess, is the good thing. Yeah, this is the right one. So if hypergeometric calculator, here we go. This is a tool that is used to calculate probability in mathematics. This is something that you can take a big drop, like gain a big advantage out of in TCGs, because it will allow you to calculate the odds of something happening. So let's say right here, I want to be able to defy my opponent on turn 2 going first. So I need to have at least one green rune. If I have 12 runes in my rune deck, which is like the standard, right? And I have 4 green runes in said rune deck, I'm drawing 4 runes because it's turn 2, I'm going first. So at first 2, then I ram 2 at the start of my second turn. And I want to have at least a green rune. So that's basically what I told the calculator. You can just hit calculate, and then it will tell you the odds of having at least one green rune in the 4 runes you revealed is like 85-86%. So basically 9 games out of 10 you will be able to have a green rune in your 4 starting runes. But if you increase this amount a bit and you go to 5 green runes in the mana deck, then you go to almost 93%. So it's like 8 or 7% increase. And it basically means in almost every game you play, you will be able to defy on turn 2. So if I were to only consider the... Wait, give me a second. The amount of each color I want to have in my mana deck, I would probably play 4 green and then 8 blue. But considering this stat, I have to play a 5th green rune and then only 7 blue, which is fine. I've never encountered a game situation where I was missing one of the 2 runes to burn. What happens sometimes is that I was missing runes, like in the global sense. I was hiding too much, burning too much, and missing runes. But missing a specific color never occurred, so I think this ratio is fine. So that's it for Legend, Champion, and Battlefield. Now let's get into the deck profile. So what I was telling you before is units that outmight their value are very important in this deck because of this effect. This makes you gain 1 might advantage over your opponent, and then every might advantage you can generate with your units is a might you will not need to generate through your spells. So 3 Stalwart Poro and 3 Ravenbloom students. These guys are the 2 best turn 1s in the game, in my opinion. Turns out you can play both, so you should probably do so. These guys are very insane. This guy is very good at defending, but a bit weaker against Kai'Sa. This guy is probably the best one out of the 2. He's like able to attack, to defend, and something really good, really important with this card is this card with any buff goes over Kai'Sa's damage. So if you play this or this, the card gets +2 from the buff, and then it gets +1 of its own effect. It gets to 5 might, and 5 might is a very annoying value for Kai'Sa because most of her spares deal 4 or 3, and even Iketin Rain is like multiples of 2. So if they go like 1, 2, 3, if they have to go 1, 2, 3, they might not be able to clear the rest of your board. So these 2 cards are very good. And the other turn 1 card I'm playing in the game, in the deck, sorry, is Pinecone. Or Blast Cone, sorry. Which is a card not all of you might know because I think it's severely underplayed, while it's one of the best cards in the game as of now. So this card, I'm going to show you a closer look. So this card is a hidden card, so you can hide it, which reads, whenever you play me, give a unit -2 might this turn, so -2 might this turn. to a minimum of 1. It's a 2/2 that burns a blue power to enter play. And so, if you guys think Smokescreen is a strong card, if you guys agree that Smokescreen is a strong card, which I think we all agree on. Smokescreen is a really strong card. Neg 4 might is insane, and most blue decks play 3 copies of Smokescreen. Well, if you think Smokescreen is strong, this card is literally a better Smokescreen. All right? Like, yeah, there's like no aspect of this card that is worse than Smokescreen. Why so? Smokescreen costs 2 energy and a power. Hiding this card only costs a power. So you already gain 2 energy. This card is -2 might whenever you target a unit, and it has 2 might. So when you play it from Eden, you reduce your opponent's might by 2, but you increase your own might by 2. So basically, you're generating a gap of 4 might, which is exactly what Smokescreen does, right? But there's even more. These cards can be played from hand for 2 and a power to give you better trades. Like, let's say my opponent has a Poro on field, like here. My opponent is on Yi, he has a Poro there, okay? I have Ahri in base, ready to attack. I play Blast Cone, this Poro goes to 1, alright? Now I attack, it activates Shield and Yi's effect, so he gets +3, he goes to 4. Ahri's effect brings him down to 2, and then it's 3 versus 2. And your opponent will need to boost his Poro for it not to die for free. So, insane card. And once this is done, once you resolve the situation using its effect, you still have a body that you can either use to go to a battlefield and, like, once again, tempo, all that stuff, or something really interesting I like to do in the deck, you can also retreat this card back to hand. Then you generate a mana, and next turn you burn that mana to hide this card again. And once again, you're using Smokescreen that you can recycle, which you cannot do with the original Smokescreen. So this card is legit insane. This is, in my opinion, one of the best cards in the game, and it's severely underplayed. And it should be played more. I think in the upcoming days of the game, it will be played more because this card is very, very insane. If you have not tried it, try it. It's broken, giga broken. And now for units, I have 5 more true units and 3 more fake units. Let me give you an explanation. Give me a second. Okay, I found them. So, as I told you before, what's really important in this deck is to be able to accelerate, to gain tempo, gain score points, and be ahead in the game, even if you're going second. Well, these cards are exactly what you need to do that. They are very cheap accelerates, so for 4 and a power, or for 3 and no power, you can spawn an active sprite. And the only problem with the sprite is that it will disappear whenever it's your turn to play. But with cards like Blast Cone Fey, you can use the sprite to go to a battlefield. So use this, generate a sprite, go there, and hide Blast Cone. And then when it's the beginning of your turn, sprite triggers to disappear. You chain Blast Cone, sprite disappears. You still get the point, you still get the hold, and you have the battlefield. And then you can maybe do something like play Raven Bloom, retreat this, hide this again, whatever. You have so many ways to tinker your turns with this deck. It's like so cool. Also, both of these cards are very good against Kaisa, like all of these cards. Because if you have, like, let's say a Poro and a Eden Blast Cone, if they want to activate a blast spell, they cannot target your Eden. So let's say you have a Poro and an Ahri in base. They go Falling Star, target this. You can just like protect Ahri with a buff, and then flip this. Poro dies, but you still have the hold of the point. They still need to attack you to get it. and like it's very good into Kaisa too. So these cards are like insane into Kaisa. Obviously, Sprite Mother is 2 because it spawns 2 bodies whenever you play it. So Kaisa had a tough time removing both. And Sprite Co is just a cheaper, worse Sprite Mother, but still a very good card. That also gives you an Aiden support, because you will see that I'm playing more Aidens in the list. And the last body that I'm playing in the list is the Eager Apprentice. So this card you might not know because I don't think it's even been played in regional so far, at least in topping lists. This card is when I'm at the battlefield, your spells cost 1 less energy. This is the, I think, best compromise you can do because, as I told you before, sometimes you have like 6 mana open, and the only thing you want to do is pass because like your end is something like Smokescreen and Discipline and Engwards, and you're like, okay, but I need so much energy to play these cards that I should just keep 5 mana open and pass. Well, what you can do with Apprentice, if you have like something like Poro here, is for 3 you can drop Apprentice here. So you did not lose so much tempo because you have an extra unit on board. And then you still have 3 mana, but since your spells cost 1 less mana, this one is 1, so tap 1. This one is 1, so tap 1. And this one is also 1, so tap an extra, and you could play everything. So it's an extra way to value your runes and still being able to use your spells. So that's why I play this card. Also, it's not too bad to not drop a turn 1 in the deck when you're going first. Like, let's say I'm first, I do not hit any of the 2 energy cards, then I pass. Not too bad, it's okay. You can very well take over the game from this point. But when you're going second, it's a bit worse because like your opponent plays a body, then you can't play anything because you don't have a 3 energy unit. Then your opponent plays another body, like let's say whatever, any unit, and move this one, and then only you can play. But he already has 3 points, like the point for conquer, the point for conquering next turn, and the point for holding, which is a bit much. So it's very important to have a unit to play going second, not that much going first. And most of the time, you don't want to play Ahri, Blue Ahri, because as I told you before, she's very important later on in the game to contest points. So you need to have a unit, and that's the reason why I added these cards, because going second, you can drop them. It's not the best, of course, but it's still something that you can have to play. And it means you have all of these cards that you want to drop going second, which is a good enough amount of cards to make it stable that you have 1 in your hand, especially if you mulligan for it, which is very important. Mulligan in this deck is kind of important. So that's it for units. Was everything clear? Interesting? Too long? Let me know what you guys think, and feel free to ask questions once again. And I will go through the spells now, which, as you can see, and by the way, I've considered this a unit, as I told you. So if you want to be serious about it and be like, spells are spells, spells are like 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 25. 25 out of the 40 cards in the deck are spells, which is very, very good, I think. Very, very interesting. So, this is Toolbox. Let's start with the main cards. Engward is very, very strong. Very important to be able to generate might advantage, as I told you before. And Discipline is even better because it's a card advantage. I will go through a concept that is very important to me just after this, but there's also something, there's cards I need to show before. Then there's also Stupefy and Smokescreen. So these guys are the heart and soul of your deck. Come at me, I will break you down. Come with like 8 might Dead Bloom, it will die. It happens so often to me that I got like Raven Bloom, in a battlefield and mana open. And then my opponent goes, all right, Dead Bloom Predator. So drops an 8 might unit here. And I go Ahri Legend, so it's now 7. Then I go like Smokescreen, so it's neg 4. It's now 3. And this guy gets +1 because of a spell, so it goes to 3. And then they're like, ugh. So this trades for 2 mana. And yes, this does. And they tapped 8 and they burned 2. So very, very, very strong cards. These cards are the heart and soul of your deck. Other thing I want to mention is the ability to ignore cards in your deck building. Might seem a bit complicated. Let me explain. These cards are cards that you can consider as not counting towards probabilities, towards odds of drawing your best cards, because these are so good that whenever you have them in hand, you will play them. They are good in like basically every game, and cheap also, and they draw a card. They replace themselves. So basically, it's a bit like of a shortcut, but basically I could say I'm playing 34 cards or 33 even without the champion in the main deck, because these cards, whenever I get them, I will play them and I will draw an extra card. And so it's very important because it allows me to play like so few units, because when I need a unit, I will have a unit in hand, because there are so few cards in my deck that are bricks and that will stay in my hand until I play them. So this is very good for these cards. And that's also the concept behind these cards. Consult the past. This card is utterly broken. For a power, you can draw 2. This is legit broken. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, this card has been banned set 1 and has stayed banned for like 25 years. Drawing 2 is utterly broken. It generates so much value. It's so cheap. And you can, and that's very, very interesting too, also in this deck, use this card to bait. Because, well, so it, let me just finish what I was saying earlier. This adds to the amount of cards that do not count in the deck. And so you are playing basically a 30 card deck, which means you will see your smoke screens, you will see your mother sprites when you need to end the game with an accelerate, and so on and so on. Something you can also do with the book is that it can be hidden. As you guys may know already, this card can be hidden. And so having these cards and these cards in the main deck is very interesting, because once your opponent has seen this card, this guy, he has like a mental trigger of, okay, hidden in this deck is 4 might difference. And it happened to me games that I was like this, and I just hide this like face down, and I do not need card advantage. I have cards in hand, but my opponent is like, okay, so this is a pan clone. So if I attack, I take -2 from this Ahri, then -1 from the legend, then -2 from this guy, and it's 5 might in the battlefield. So it's total -5 might, and you have to come in with like 11 mites to win the trade. But it's just a book, and you keep it there. And for like 2 to 3 turns, it forces your opponent to play around a card that does not exist. And whenever you need card advantage, you can just activate it. So playing these together makes both even stronger, which is like so kind of funny. I think you guys have understood already, but it's a deck that's very centered around interacting with your opponent and like bluffing, baiting interactions, forcing him to boost and stuff, and just like winning every trade, even if it's like you just win because you have 1 extra card in hand, but you traded the board or whatever. It's what you're looking for, because you will just gain advantage for every play, and at some point you will just be so much ahead in the game that you will win. And then comes the toolbox of the deck, which are 2 charms. Sometimes important, but not in early game. I think charm in Ahri is not the same card as it is in Mastery. In Mastery, you will want to drop it early on to force your opponent to crash into your bodies and gain tempo. In Ahri, charm is more of a late game tool, and that's why there's only 2 in the deck, because I consider that with all the draw power that I have in the deck, I will draw it whenever I need it, but I don't want it too early on, or it will stick to my hands, and I do not like that. Most of the time, Charm is like, okay, I have this guy plus a pine cone. I go Charm. You come here, you lose 2, you lose Legend, you lose 2 again, you lose 5, you die later on to deal with big bodies. Or something that I often do is like they are on 7 points. You start your turn, you were on 6. Like the whole game, they held here and you hold here. So like they are on 7. You start your turn, you get to 7. But next turn, they get to 8. Well, what you can do is Charm, move this unit in base, like not trade here, because if they have mana or something, it could be complicated to kill it if it's a big unit. So you can just Charm, move their units in base, and now what happens if they conquer here, since they're on 7, they cannot win. They have to conquer both battlefields. So they will need to commit a unit to conquer here. Of course, they draw a card, but it's like way better than losing, right? And they will also need to come and trade this battlefield. Else they lose the game because you are holding, and next turn, if they don't do anything, you get to 8 points. Sorry. So Charm is more of a late game tool in the deck, which I like, but I don't think is as fundamental to the deck's success as it is in Mastery. Also, I end up with the best card, but like there's of course a Retreat, which is Descent into Kaisa and a decent game 1 cards because it generates runes, which sometimes you're missing a bit because you are using your power costs too much. It generates runes and it allows you to bounce this guy and this Momo Sprite. Where you at? Momo. Here she is. Both these guys to end. So it's like cards that you want to play again, right? Cards that have a power cost, so you can play them again for free. You negate their power cost by like ramping with this. Both cards are very good to play again, and something you can also do with Retreat is play around the ability of the Ravenbloom Student, which like you gain +1 whenever you play a spell, right? Happened to me to go like Engwards, like I'm something like this, right? In the battlefield. And I have like Engwards and Retreat in End, okay? These are the cards I have access to. Let's put the battlefield, whatever. And I have mana, of course, to play them, like, let's say, whatever. So something really interesting. They come with a big unit, like Deadbloom. For instance, I'm using Deadbloom again as an example. Ahri Legend, neg 1. Okay, so it's 7 now. This card, neg 2. So it's 5. Right? What you can do is make this card bigger than 5, but you will still lose the Ahri because 5, even though you kill it, will trade with your unit. Now what you can do is Engwards, pay 1, targets your Ravenbloom, so it gains +1 since it's not alone, and +1 for its effect. And then you can chain Retreat. And so your Ahri already used the effect, so this card is still -2 because of Ahri's effect. But you get Ahri back to end. And when Engward resolves, this guy is now alone, so the additional effect of Engward triggers, and you give him an extra might. And so if you resolve all of this, remember what I said, it's 8, Legend effect it's 7, Ahri's effect it's 5, then this card gets back to your end and she gains +1 because of the Retreat you used, so it's now 3. And now Engward gives it +1, +1, and +1 because of the passive. So it's now 6. And it's 6 to 5, you win the trade and you lose 0 units. And that's basically how you have to play the deck. It's like interacting, baiting, charming, taunting your opponents. So these cards work really well together, and then Retreat is most of the time a side deck card, a card you side out when you're not facing Kaisa, of course. And then the last cards in the deck, which is probably one of the best cards in the game, one of the best staples in the game, which is Defy. Insane cards. Having the ability to play this in your main deck is just so much of an advantage for green decks that I think it kind of justifies playing green on its own. And you have Big Brother Windwall in the side deck too. So that's it for the main deck. Was it clear? Did you guys understand everything? Do I need to go over something again, or is it cool for you? If so, let me know in the comments. If not, we're getting into the side deck. So talking about side deck, there is something we need to talk about, and it's matchups. Because what I want my side deck to do is add cards to my main deck that will 100% win me matchups that can be tough. Because the main deck needs to be like always good. Sometimes cards are mid, but like they are still playable. You need to have only playable cards in your main deck. Side deck is different because these are cards that will not see play if they're not good in the matchup. So what I want is extremely focused cards that target specific matchups and crush them down. And that's what I did with this side deck. First thing is 2 Dr. Mundos. So as you guys might have seen when I was going through the list, most of the cards in this deck are like 1 or 2 energy. I think the average cost of this deck is like 2 energy. So 1, 2, 1. So this is hidden, so it's free. 2, but you can also add it. 2, 1, 2, 1, 1 retreat 2. So this card is a bit more expensive. This card 2, 2. This is a bit more expensive. This 2, and these are 2 might. So 2 energy, sorry. So you have the ability to stack a lot of cards in your discards for Mundo, and like you can reasonably hope for a Mundo which with like 25 or more mites, which is extremely strong, and you can reasonably hope you will draw him every game because you are drawing so much that you will see this guy. So I'm playing 2 because I don't want to open 1 and be like I cannot mulligan this card because I need it for the late game. But you could potentially play 1 in the main deck if you are facing a lot of cases. But still, this card is like very good into Kaisa, very bad into like yellow matchups because Hidden Blade, Cold the Weak, and stuff are like tough. But like in the Kaisa matchup, it's a 100% win card when you hit it in the right situation. Then comes this guy, which is a bit of the same reasoning, the Adaptatron. I did a short video. Don't know if any of you have seen it. If you've not, like, feel free to check my YouTube. It's on there. I did an edited short video about why this card, which is seemingly trash, is apparently good in the metagame. And I tell you what it is. I've played against Aurora E and Aurora MF last Saturday at locals, and I crushed both. Going like turn 2 or turn 3, I don't remember, because these decks do not play so much aggro. Like you are kind of free to play in the early mid game. They will not have the ability to counter you with their cards. So I went like Ravenbloom, whatever, Conquer, and then next turn Adaptation, and they're like, okay, so this can break Aurora whenever I drop it, and I'm like, yeah. You cannot use Sabotage to discard it. You cannot use Mind Splitter to discard it because I will play it before you have the ability to play Mind Splitter, of course. And you cannot defy or win wall its ability. So I just drop it in the base and I stay there and I wait because every turn I'm getting a point. And whenever they drop something from the Aurora, they drop Aurora. I can just go like, okay, then Adaptatron, Conquer here, break Aurora, and it's basically game over. So this card is very good in these matchups. It's a good way to stabilize your win rate against Aurora, especially when they eye roll and like they go Catalysts and you don't have Defy, and then they can play Aurora the next turn. Well, you have to be able to drop this card to still be able to compete in the game. And the last card is Windwall. So Windwall is kind of an insurance to beat like... Oh, sorry, the cat is asking to come in. Maybe. Here she is. Windwall is kind of a way to stabilize matchups. Like, if you're playing against like Yellow Victor, something you can be very scared about is them going like turn 1 2 might unit, whatever. Then turn 2 Vanguard, which drops 2 token. Then next turn Victor Champion, Yellow Victor. And then they crash everything. They have like 5 tokens and they go Grand Stratagem and you lose the game. If you drop win wall on this timer, you just win instantly because you have the board state already. They use 5 might, they burn 3 runes, and they get nothing out of it. So it's very good in this matchup. It's also sometimes very important in matchups where cards that burn 2 power are used. Cards like Rebuke or Leona's signature spell. And there's a few more that I don't have in mind right now. So it's a way to stabilize some matchups. And also, it's a good card versus Kaisa because most of them are putting back Catch and Rain in their main deck to try and counter Rampy and its big bodies. And you sometimes are very happy to have the ability to win war a Catch and Rain because it basically wins you the game. Like you could win without it, but it makes it so much easier that it's fine to have this card in the deck. So that's about it for the deck profile. I've tried to go a bit in depth. If you guys are not familiar with what I do, feel free to drop a follow because this is the kind of content I'll be making from now on every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Paris time. In-depth content, analysis, tech decks, explanation, deck building, mathematics, and so on to help you understand Riftbound better and maybe become a better Riftbound player or a TCG player as a whole. Because I think a lot of these skills are transferable from one game to another. I come from Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's where I learned most of these things. So if you want me to give you a snapshot of the list, I will just probably use a PNG, which should be easier for you guys to use. Give me a second. So it's this scene, I think. And let's go Piltover archive and my decks. Is it the correct lists? It's not perfect, but that's about it. Edit deck. Here we go. So this guy, Wielder of Water, left the list, and Discord Singularity. This is something I'm going to talk about right now because it's interesting actually. Talk about Singularity. There's a third one of this, and there's a third one of this. Here we go. And I think this side deck is the same, right? Yeah, side deck is the same. So updates, and then exports, generate image, whatever, I don't care. Downloads, and I can just show it to you guys. Yep. Here you go. So this is the list I've just showed you. Feel free to ask anything you would want to talk about. Feel free to try it yourselves. It's very, very good. It's a bit complicated though. Not gonna lie, it's a bit technical. If you make mistakes and you lose bodies you should not have lost, you will probably lose the game. I think it's hard, but I think if you like TCGs, if you like interacting with your opponent, this is something you will very much like to play. Please, kitty cat. Be nice to me. She wants to fight. She does not like it at all. Now, I will need to put the camera back in the right spot and we can start the next part of the stream. Was this interesting to you guys? Did you enjoy the experience? Was it too long? Let me know. I just need to switch cameras. So I need to set up this one back to where it should be. So something like that should be great. Ooh, my bad. My bad. Yup. No, what? Why is it falling down again? Oh, my bad. I'm just dumb. I'm just a dumbass. I was not using the right thingy. Alright. Backstreet's back. Alright. Perfect. So, for the next parts of the stream, let me just be a little bigger. I'm a bit small right now. Yeah, this should be great. I think you guys can see me properly. It's perfect. I will just put this back here because it's a bit too bright on my face. It was for you guys to see the card, but now that you saw, it's a bit bright on my face. So, second thing I wanted to do with you guys, and this is something we could do together or I could do alone and we could discuss it, is building locks. Because I think, so just give me a second, these locks, right? The locks from Proving Grounds. I think this locks is very interesting in the current metagame. If you guys have not seen it, I've made a full guide, a full competitive guide about every legend in set 1 Origins, and I've put Lux here, which is, I think, maybe should be something like that, but like it does not change like a lot of things. I think Lux is not an insane deck. I think it has flaws. I think it has matchups that are very tough. But I think in the current format, Lux could be something that would be a good counter to Master Yi. So the idea is, a friend of mine sent me a list of Lux he was working on. I've looked at it briefly, but I want to look at it in depth with you guys tonight. Try and build a deck starting with that idea. And if I'm happy with the build and I think the build can compete in the current meta game, I will try it at my locals Saturday night, and I come back next week and tell you guys what's good, what's not, what worked, and what should be improved to make Lux a decent deck in the format. So let's do this. And once again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me, and let's discuss and build this together. So if we go through the deck builder, Lux is this card, which is a very simple card because it's a proving grass card. So the purpose of this card is to help newbies learn the game. But I think it could still have some metagame potential. Whenever you play a spell that costs 5 or more, you may draw 1 card. Something really interesting with this effect, first things first, is that it's not once per turn. So you can like drop a spell that is 5 and then a spell that is 5 on your like 10 mana turn, and you draw 2. So basically it adds the effect to your 5 energy plus spells that they replace themselves, just like Discipline those, just like Stupefy those. And that's a criteria that I like a lot for a control card to be viable. So let's pick the Lux Legend, and now let's look at the list that was sent to me. So obviously, Lux needs to be a control deck because most spells that cost 5 or more are control spells with a big impact on the game. So in this list that my friend sent me, Falling Comet, which is an action that deals 5 or 6 to a unit at the battlefield. There's Singularity, which deals 6 to 2 units. There's Time Warp, which is like gain an extra turn, which is interesting. Also Recruit the Vanguard, which is play 4 tokens in your base, I think. Is it your base, or is it like whatever location you want to play them at? It's A6. Oh, whatever. They can be played to your base or to battlefields you control. Okay, interesting. Very interesting then. Okay, great. And then there's Blast of Power, which is just kill a unit at the battlefield for 6 and a yellow power. And there's this card, which is kind of the reason I wanted to try and build a deck, which is Imperial Decree. And it's a card I like a lot in the current metagame because it states whenever a unit takes damage this turn, kill it. So this works with your own units, which is a problem, of course. But in deck like Lux, I think we could be able to use the yellow cards to generate tokens and then just like tribute these tokens to trade with the board. And there's not many ways, if not like not any ways, to deal with this in the current game because you cannot defy these cards. You can win wall it, but like nobody plays win wall, or not a lot of people play win wall. And if you try to fight a unit that has deflect, such as a Deadbloom Predator, once again, which is a very important point of the metagame as of now, you will not have to pay deflect because you are not affecting the card itself. You are just like killing it because you dealt 1 damage to it. So it's really interesting, this card. I think making this work would be a huge plus in the current format, and that's why I wanted to look at this deck. Something interesting that I noticed about this list is that they did probably decide not to play Lux's signature spell, which is Final Spark, which is an 8 energy action that deals 8 damage to a unit, which is not like obviously not that good, but does not burn any power. And I think it could be interesting at some point not to have to burn too much, especially because this costs 8, but you can generate 2 mana with these cards, so the Deluxe Champion, which is a 4 drop. So basically, you're on 4 mana, you drop these cards. Then next turn, you get to 6 mana, it restands itself, so you can use its effect, generate 2 mana, and then you're on 8 mana, and you could potentially play Lux Signature Spell. So maybe there's something I want to try there. The condition being that the Lux Champion survives, which is not, of course, 13. And for the rest of his lists, he plays a lot of cards that are good at generating resources in the early game with the Soaring Scout and the Watchful Sentry. He plays a lot of token generators with also Recruit the Vanguards. And he plays a few Accelerate because, as I told you before, as I mentioned before, Accelerates in the current metagame are very, very important. So okay, something we will look at. I think we should start with the spells that cost 5 or more because that will be the focus point of the deck. So what do we have? We have Falling Comet, which is deal 6 and then draw 1 with the effect, of course, and no power cost. I think it's decent, but it's only in battlefields, and if you have like that many control spells, wouldn't it be better to like Singularity and all? Wouldn't it be better to like already trade battlefields with like Imperial Decree and stuff, and have cards like Lux's signature that complement them in a way that they don't have to be in the battlefield to kill them? It's probably something we should consider. Is like we already probably have enough ability to like control battlefields to not play this card and prefer like something like a signature spell, which is Final Spark. My bad, I keep forgetting about the name. So these guys are not spells. This this card is something we should talk about. If you are someone that likes to have fun, you probably could play this card. If you are someone that wants to compete, I don't see any way you would want to play this card in a meta where like 1 deck out of 2 in the field is playing Aurora. It's like yeah, bruh, look at the 5 cards of your top 5 top cards of your deck, and then like reveal Dead Bloom or reveal like Mountain Drake and play it for free, reveal Aurora and play it for free. Like, why would you play this card? It's so bad. It's so bad in the current format. I think it's like overall bad. It will never be good. But in the current format, it's probably the worst cards that costs that much energy. Like you are basically giving your opponent a free turn for like no reason. This card I like a lot. I think this card we should put 3 in the deck already because I like it a lot. With all token generators that yellow has access to, I think Imperial Decree is an insane way to contest the boards. Like you just trade a token to kill any creature. It's like so good. Recruit the Vanguard is also something interesting. So for 6, you play 4 tokens and you draw 1. It's very interesting against Kaisa. It's a good way to win against Kaisa, I think. Having a lot of tokens and going wide is a big problem for the deck. So I think this could be a 3 off. Sorry, was it a 3 off in his list? Yeah, it was. I think it's interesting. I think it's a very good card. Blast of Power, which kills a unit at the battlefield. So yeah, we have Comet that deals damage into the battlefield that he plays. We have Decree that trades with units in the battlefield. We have Blast of Power that kills a unit in a battlefield. And Singularity that kills any unit. I think Blast of Power is slightly better than Falling Comet, so we should probably play Blast of Power instead of Comet. So, like 3 probably, I guess. He plays 3-2? Oh, he plays 2. Seems fine though to play only 2. Like, you have so many ways to clear battlefields. This card basically we won't need because the idea of the deck is that every spell draws you an extra card. So I don't think you need to draw 4. Maybe you do, but I don't think so. I think you just play like spell over spell over spell over spell, controlling the board, and it's just like what you are trying to do. These are not spells, obviously. These are not spells. What's this one? Starting with the next player, each other player chooses a unit you don't control that hasn't been chosen for the spell. Kill those units. Okay, so it's called a week, but for 6. Okay, so it's clearly a card that's designed for multiplayer gameplay. I don't like it so much. No, I will never play this card. I don't think so. Singularity, of course, is like Omega broken, Giga broken. So you should, of course, play this card. Stratagem could be interesting with the tokens, but I think Decree is just a better stratagem. No, it's like 1 less energy, 1 less power. I think Decree is just a better stratagem in this list, in this strategy of Lux. Yeah, I think we should go with Decree over stratagem and not both. Maybe both in some matchups, but I don't think a lot of matchups will need you to play both. Unchecked power is somewhat interesting. Unchecked power is really, really, really interesting. It's very good into Aurora. It's never played around. Nobody plays around this card because it's not played, basically. I think this card is very interesting. Should we play Unchecked Power? At least in the side deck, for sure, to fight against Aurora. That's like a given, in my opinion. But like maybe in the main too. I think about it. And then how about we play 3 of these cards? I kind of like it. The idea of playing it on 6 without burning power, I kind of like it. It also one-shots Deadbloom Predator. Since it has no power cost, it's fine to burn 1 to pay for the deflect. I think this card is decent, and it's not limited to Battlefield, so I think we should play it. And then Time Warp is also interesting. I think he was playing 1. Why not? You're a control deck. The game will go for long, and you draw a lot. So why not play the mono Time Warp to just close the game? But like if you do so, if you do play this this card, isn't it like win more? Like you already are on the board with your tokens and stuff. Maybe you could play 1. If we have 1 spot in the list, we might maybe add this Time Warp. So we are on like 3, 6, 9, 11, 14 spells that draw us a card, which is very good. I like that. I like that ratio a lot. And then it's just like blue, yellow, good stuff, no? Like whatever we can play that are great units. So token generators, for sure the Lux Champion. There's no doubt. We play this guy. Starting from the bottom, we could play Retreat. Actually, Retreat would be really good. Like retreating a unit to ramp a mana, then access your late game spells earlier, and being able to play that unit again. Something like this dude, Vanguard Captain, would be very good. So I think we could play Retreat, and it would also help in the Kaisa matchup. They are trying to blast your champion. You can just like retreat it, get it back to hand, then next turn you can play it again. So I think we should play Retreat, no? Retreat in the main seems like a given to me. Stupefy 2, just so broken off cards. Like the 1 might, 1 draw is so good. What's this? Oh, it's about being stunned, right? We don't care about this. This neither. This, I don't think so. Not good, not good, not good. This for sure, we play 3 of it. Like ramping to your late game spells seems so important. We should probably play 3 of Soaring Scout and 3 of Watchful. Like it's fine. It's like they have 1 might, but whatever. You will activate Imperial Decree and you will just kill a big body with them. So I think these cards are like, yeah, very, very good in the deck. For sure. It's something you want to play. I think he was playing Cold a Week and not Hidden Blade. I think you should play Hidden Blade and not Cold a Week, no? Like you just Hidden Blade the big body and it's like gone if you can't clear it. It will perfectly combine with what you already have in the deck. Like you play big spells, clear. You don't have a big spell to clear, then you can just Hidden Blade. They will draw cards. It's fine. if you are missing cards, you can just Hidden Blade your own token, draw cards too. So yeah, I think we should play Hidden Blade over Cold Week. I don't like both because we will be using so much mana, so much power, sorry, that we will not get access to our late game spells. I don't like that. So I think yeah, we should probably be like on 3 Hidden Blades. How many cards do we have in the deck right now? We have 30, so we have 10 cards left. Okay, interesting. It's a lot, actually. But we've not added any token generator, and I think we need to. So, like, 3 of this guy, free token. 3 of this guy, free token. And 3 of this guy, free token. No. When I move to battlefields, is it too slow? Noxian Drummer could be slow against Kaisa, though. Maybe we want to play Lecturing Yordle. No? Or Eager Apprentice. Apprentice would be good too, but no, Apprentice would mean we are in control of the early game, which means it's most likely not going to happen, which is like painful. I would have loved to play Apprentice in this deck with all the expensive spells we have, but probably it's going to be too demanding to have control of the board early on to make Apprentice work. Like you have to drop him, then wait a turn, then next turn you get the 1 mana discount. Lose the final? Ah, what were you on? What deck were you on, Corazon? What were you playing? Sorry for your loss. But nice that you got to the finals. So cool. So glad for you, bro. Good news is I'm here now. So nice. So nice. What were you on? What were you playing? So yeah, this one is 1 off. I don't think it's more. Also, we need to play Accelerates. We do need to play Accelerates, and we don't have any Accelerates in the list as of now. Sprite Mother seems like a good idea. It's such a good chord. So what do we have? We have like 1, 2. We have 6 2 might units. Two energy units, sorry. Then we have Manufacturer, which is a good chord. Drummer. Okay, so maybe we should not play Drummer. And we should play Sprite Mother. And maybe 2 Final Sparks. 1 less spell. So we can play 3 Sprite Mothers. And this guy. Which I tend to not like, but in this deck I think it's fine. Drawing cards is good. And then this one. And I think it was on Echo too, no? Yeah, it was on Echo. Which I kinda get. Like you have an Accelerate, and if they want to trade it, then you will have all your mana untapped and you can play stuff during their turn. And this, I think, are options like cards. I think the sideboard is like cards you could play. So we added them here. And I think I agree. I think Retreat is a very good card in the main deck. I think Eden Blade. Oh, let me get the pen. Give me a second. Green Zoro, first time to prove it's a stupid deck. I think it is. I think it is indeed a stupid deck. Yep. So I think this card, meh. Like this card, Raven Blue Student is very good when you can play cheap spells, which we're not. So I don't think we want to play Raven Bloom now. This I don't think I like, neither. Energy Conduit, because like the extra mana is not worth. I think you can just like ramp with this and retreat instead, and it's like kinda the same. So let's play 3 retreats, which he does not play. Let's take out this guy. I don't think this guy should be in the list neither, because not enough cheap spells, even though it's very good with Stupefy, but like you would need to play like Smokescreen and maybe Eden Blade in the main to make it properly work. And then I dislike this. I think Eden Blade is just a better chord. Gives you more options on what you want to do. And I think we should try Lux's signature spell. And since we don't have a spot, we should not play this. Yo, Avierx, how you doing? Could you explain the Merdinger effect? The copy all effects on your board or only one? No, it's only one. It's only one. It would be like really, really broken. So it's, yeah, for sure. I can explain about Merdinger. We will not be playing it, but I can explain. So the idea of Heimerdinger is I have all the abilities of friendly legends, units, and gear that require me to exhaust myself to be activated. So, like, I don't know if there's a blue card. Yeah, this card, for instance. This card says, exhaust me, then you generate two mana for spells. Well, Heimerdinger can copy this, but he will still need to pay the cost, which is exhaust me. So you can use whatever you want, but you will have to exhaust Heimerdinger, which means he cannot use another ability later on because he's already exhausted. So I think Donger is not so much of a good card right now, but it might be good someday. It might be very very good someday. So is uh let's just check. I did not add any Heimerdinger in the list. So is this list what we are looking at right now? Stupefy. So draw power, ramp, draw power, control, draw power, tokens, tokens ish, control, tokens, control. I think I like the way it's looking right now. And this card, which is like, if it survives, it's insane. If it does not, well, it forced something at your opponent. Now, battlefields wise, what are we on? Because like, I think we have draw power. Maybe Void Gate. I think Void Gate is free, no? Could you start a chain with him and react with Lux effects? Yeah, yep, for sure. Because he copies the effect. So the effect of Lux is not add 2 energy only to play spells. It's reaction, add 2, use only to play spells. So basically, Dinger becomes a reaction too. So you can just go like Dinger chain Lux or like Lux chain Dinger. It's like kind of the same, exact same. So no reason you could not, yeah. So I think yeah we could play Void Gate. It's very free, right? Like if your opponent plays in there, you can just like deal extra damages, and everything you're going to use to conquer his tokens. So no way they beat you down because of this. Hyomo said, how you doing, brother? Yeah, it's been a while. I've been gone for too long. I missed you guys. And yeah, I'm speaking English right now. We'll be streaming in English for the release of Riftbound, and I'm hoping to that some of you guys can still follow me in this adventure because English is like the most spoken language in the world. And for those who don't, there will be YouTube videos, and apparently, from what someone told me that tried it, the YouTube subtitles in French are decent. So I'm hoping it will help you guys understand what I'm saying and enjoy the journey with me. You know what I mean? So what other battlefields should we play? Vodgate, I think, is good. Vilmos should be good to know. Like, I don't think there's a way Vilmo is bad. Like you force their unit to stay into battlefields, and then you can just trade with Decree. So maybe we could consider Vilmo. Dreaming Tree is not good. It will give too much value to green players. I mean, it's obviously good, but like not in this deck. War Camp could be something. You can make your own subtitles on YouTube videos. Yeah, I can, but it takes a very, very long time. So I'm making them for shorts. Give me a second. I will show you what I'm talking about. Could we get onto the correct channel, please? Yeah, this one. For shorter videos. Yeah. For shorter videos, I'm doing it. Here we go. So if we go to short videos, I've started posting short videos. I wish I want to post regular short videos, like regularly, daily maybe, or like at least 2 to 3 times a week. So you see on these videos, I can like I do subtitles for like shorts. I know like you're in the train or something, there's a lot of noise around, you have to like have your subs to read. So I do this for short videos. Also try to like edit them a bit so you can have like better information. So we're trying to step up the quality of the content, but yeah, for longer videos like this one, I'm editing it a lot to make it understandable, but I think like you will have to go with auto translate, which I think is decent. If I go to French, let's see. Is it actually decent? Live test, live try. Okay, wait. Let's try together, guys. Let's try together and laugh if it's mediocre. So, queso, formaggio, me gusta. Wait, apart from Kaisa, which they probably didn't know, it's like very good, no? Like then there's Voidseeker, which is like 9, so 9 chords. And then we have Kaisa's signature spell, so yes, which is Kitchen Rain. Most people play 1 or 0 in the main deck and 1 or 2 in the side deck. No, it's so good. We don't hear anything. Yeah, right. I could give you the sound, but like it's so
You
good.
could potentially go to like one or two copies in the main deck.
Like look at this.
There's Extech Ray, so that's 3.
So there's Extech Ray. They don't know the name of the cards, but like they are like it's very good.
There's
So it's 3 cards.
Falling
Then
Star,
there's Falling Star,
like kind of broken, of course.
which is kind of broken, of course.
That's 6.
So that
then
makes it
there's
6.
Voidseeker.
And then there's Voidseeker.
9.
So that's 9 cards.
Then we have Kaisa's.
And then we have Kaisa, which they don't know, so it's Kaisa, but like you get it, it's Kaisa.
Which is Kitchen Rain, which
And like
most people play.
Most people play like 1-2 in the main deck, and some of them play 1-2 in the side deck.
In the main deck and 1 or 2 in the side deck.
So like yeah, it's very good. It's actually very good. I'm surprised. It's like very very good. So now I can confidently say you guys can turn on the subtitles, and everything will be fine. I like that. Okay, pretty happy. Well, if you guys struggle with English, then you can just get to YouTube, and there's edited videos on this channel. But also, if you scroll down, the first thing you see in the description is this full VOD. I will use this for like every video, of course. I will post the VOD, and then you can just click there, and you have access to my secondary channel with the full VOD, which of course also has a automatic subtitles. So you can just like use this. And I guess it's a good solution. I like that. Code names are in English on screen, so it's easier to understand. Yeah, yep. I think it's very good. I think it's very, very satisfying as a solution. So let's get back to Lux. Sorry for the delay, but that's something I had to check though. I did not have the time to do it, but like now I'm like kinda happy. Are you going to make a video to learn the game? Yes, I'm going to do so. It's already written, but it's in French right now. Let me show you. Get there. It's in this scripts, TCG, and then it's Riftbound. And so it's already written. It's like 10 pages long because the game is so interesting, so deep. It's in French, and like everything's written down. And I will like record it whenever I get the time to do so, and I will send it to my editor. And what he will be doing for the like next 2 to 3 weeks is editing it, and then you guys will have the ability to watch this video and learn how to play Riftbound. So yeah, it's going to be cool video. It's like 9 pages long. We saw your email. Yeah, it's fine. No worries. Nothing to hide as of now. I'm not such a big creator. But yeah, for you guys who are interested in learning Riftbound, I will be there with you guys, and I will be teaching you how to play, and hopefully you like the game. But it's like very, very insane. Very good. So let's get back to this Lux builds. So I think this one is very good. I saw someone asking in the chat if Vilmos Lair was working with Set's ability. It's not. It's why it's played in Set. It's because Set does. So Vilmos Lair says unit can't move, and it could be kind of like tempting to think it's like they cannot live under any condition, but it's not that. Move is a specific keyword in the game, which is like you take a unit and you move it to another location in the game. So like the other battlefield or the base, of course. But it's like a mechanic. It's not like the concept of moving. So the effect of set recalls unit and does not move them. So recalling and moving are two different things. So the cards that are affected by set's effect can still go back to base because of Vilmo's layer. So that's why it's played in set, because they do not have trouble using it. So I think Void Gate is good. Vilmo could be good. And since we're on a control deck, I think Seed Guild could be good too, and probably Climb could be good too. Like slowing down the game. Because, like, playing a recruit unit token in your base is just going to be a pain for us. Like, we give recruits to our opponent and we can't clear them, it's going to be a pain. This is like vanilla map. This is vanilla map. We don't care. This could be interesting, actually, to protect tokens, but I don't think it's like necessary. This could be decent, but I don't think it's like that important. Vilmo is good against Blists and Charm decks, green decks. Yes, but they cannot move to base. From here to base, they can still play Blitz and hook you to the other battlefield or charm you to the other battlefield. They just can't move you to base, but they can bring you to them in the other battlefield. It's just base that you can go to. So climb could be good. We won't have buff, so this is bad. This is like nonsense with tokens, I think. Conquer effect we have known. Channeling and extra run could be good, but it could be good, but it also could be difficult if we're facing like Master Aurora and stuff or MF Aurora and stuff. Yep, you need to wait to buy respawn cards, Mosin. So I don't think you want to play this. It's too much advantage for the opponent potentially. This could be good too. When you conquer here, recycle one of your runes. It's like slowing your opponents, preventing them from conquering. This gives too much value to Green's decks. That's why people have been dropping it, by the way. At first, every deck was playing this battlefield because it was so good to be able to play actions for cheap, like free value. But it's not that good because it gives too much value to green decks. And if your opponent is on a green deck, then it's bad map. Channel 1, we don't want to because we won't be holding. We will be dropping the board early on. Then, of course, as a control deck, we don't want to give aggro opponents 3 points. The pick is not good. This one, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, we need to hold, and we probably won't be holding too much because our main units will be tokens. Like, if you look at the lists, we have these guys, which are like basically tokens, like they are 1 might. This guy, which is 2 might, which is shit. This guy, which is 2 might and generates a token. This guy, which generates 2 tokens. And this guy, which generates 4 tokens. So I don't think we will be holding so much because we will be playing like cheap ass units. This could be decent, but I don't think it's like very good. This is like vanilla no effect. This could be decent too, but I think we should be on something like that. Like Climb, Vilmo, and Void Gate. So you're stuck there, I can blast you on and on. I deal 1 extra damage. Is it that good? If like it's not that good though. Because 8 is enough to kill basically everything. Singularity, going to 7 does not matter so much in the format, I think. There's not that many units that are 7 mites. Maybe Fox, if it's like still played a lot. But this kills, regardless of the might, and we already have this to combine with like damage if needed. And this kills. So maybe this is not that good. So then what should we play? Extra rune? Maybe extra rune though. But then you're facing Aurora, it could be tough, no? Like too many bodies. But still, like, no, you could play Decree and just trade everything. So maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe giving a rune is not so bad. So let's probably do something like that. And then, like, first map is Aspirants. Then going second, you play Vilmo. And going first, you play this because you. Do you want to play this going first? Actually, yeah, you can drop this too. So yeah, you should probably play this going first, and then you have like this or this or this as a turn on play or this, so you can start dropping boards already. So yeah, probably something like that could be good. Could be good. Prefer the time warp version. I don't think I like the time warp version. My friend, which sent me the list ID, was playing one time warp, which I can understand. It's like you control the board infinitely, then you get to ultra late game, you draw your only time warp in the deck, and you win the game based off of it. Which I can understand, but I don't think I want to play like 2 to 3 of them. So maybe, yeah, one time warp is enough, but I don't think you need to play 3. I think just controlling the game is enough. Where is Battlefield? So I agree with 2. I had not looked at the Battlefield, actually. I agree with 2 out of 3, and I think this one is vanilla map, which I tend to prefer Vilmo as a vanilla map. This one will never activate. Like, if you have 7+ units here, you win the game will like never occur. Maybe you could win with like a few tokens, but it's going to happen like one game out of a million. So I don't think it has value. So something like that would be great. Then let's use a very useful actually tool of Piltover Archive, which is why I deck build on Piltover Archive, which is the stat tools. So obviously not everything can be seen here, but from what we can see, this thing is very interesting because we have like 14 yellow power burn and like 9 blue power burn. So we should go for like a balanced rune distribution, maybe like 5-7. But what we need to look at is there any cards? I think it considers side deck too. Like if I do this, no, it does not. Okay. If we look at like cards we want to play early on when we don't have that many runes, is there a rune color that we need to have early on to be able to play? So maybe we should add a little bit more of this one. So no power, no power, no power, no power, yellow power, yellow power, blue, yellow, 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 blue, blue. Okay. So it's like a bit more yellow. So we could probably go for like blue power are like late game cards, right? Singularity, Sprite Mother, which you will probably play later on in the game. Wait, how does that add up to like the 9 we see? Oh, it's like 2 plus 2 plus 2, 6, plus 3 times 1, 9. Yeah, okay, of course. So I think we could go like 7 yellow runes and 5 blue ones. Something like that. And then, regarding sideboards, tough matchups could be Keisa, which if we play the control game, I'm not so sure we can fight against that many accelerates. What makes you choose the number of runes? So you have to play 12 runes, no matter what. Your rune deck count has to be 12. And then there's a mechanic in the game, which is whenever you play cards, so you sometimes have to burn a power, which is like, let me show you a card that does so. So this card, for instance, requires me to pay 3 mana. Where's my pen? Oh, my pen is here. So I need to pay 3 mana to play it. And then I need to take 1 yellow mana and put it back at the bottom of my deck, of my rune deck, to play this card. This is the cost to play this card. And some of these cards don't have a power cost, so I don't need to put a mana card at the bottom of my deck, like this one, which is a 3/3. No power cost. So I can pay blue mana, yellow mana, whatever, does not matter. But for this, I need to specifically put a yellow mana at the bottom of my deck, which is why it's important to consider the balance of which ratio of mana runes you will be playing. And also, if every card that needs blue mana is late game card and every card that plays yellow mana is early game card, then you need to play more yellow mana because you need to have a lot of it in the early game. And when you get to the late game, anyways, you will have most of your runes face up, so you will have blue mana anyway. Can you take a yellow mana that you tapped to play this card? Yeah, so when a mana enters play, it's like this. Oh, wait, why can't you see? Oh, it's here. Okay. It enters like this. When you tap it, it generates 1 energy, which is this thing, the three at the top, and then you can, once it's tapped, recycle it, so put it back at the bottom of your mana deck to generate a power of the color you just recycled. So let's say I do this, I generate an energy, but I do this with a green one, I also generate an energy, does not matter the color. But then if I want to generate a power, I need to recycle the right one. So doing this under my deck will give me a green power, and this under my deck will give me a blue power. The game looks pretty good with good mechanic. The game is insane. Like, to be fair, I might be biased. Like, I'm really excited, so I might be biased. But I've tried Pokemon and Magic. I've played Yu-Gi-Oh, Lorcana, One Piece, and Altered, and now Riftbound. And this is, let's not say by far, but this is the best card game I've ever played. No cap. And it's set one. So, like, I think it's going to be very, very insane. I think Lux got hidden power with the reaction energy timing. Yeah, this is maybe something that, like, people will not expect. I don't think it's like insane, but maybe like newer players won't expect you to like play an 8 mana card on your turn 6 because you have this Lux that generates 2 mana. So that's also something we could consider, yeah. Of course. Now regarding sideboards. Options are unchecked power to beat Aurora. And also we probably need cards to beat Kaisa. Which are either accelerate cards such as Echo or hidden cards such as Blast Call. And both of them are pretty good options, I think. What else could we play? The only thing that could make me not playing is the price of cards, because I'm already playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And you know how expensive it is. I think Riftbound will be pretty cheap. I think, like, set 1 probably not, because it will be, like, you know, scalpers and stuff. But I think starting from set 2 and going onwards, it will be, like, pretty cheap. Because the rarity distribution is the same as One Piece, and One Piece is, like, very cheap. So it's like the maximum rarity you can have is a super rare, basically. So it's these guys. Let me find one. It's the purple guys. Sorry. No, so it's these ones. Yeah, it's these ones. So epic guys. Yep, that's it. So these guys, which are orange guys, orange rarity, there are at least 6 of them per display from what Riot said. At least 6 of them per display. As of now, in set 1, there are 36 different epic cards. So it's like 36. If you want to make a play set, it's like 100 cards to get. So it's like fine if you get 6 at display. And then big rarity cards, which are 2 per box, are not secret rares. They are just alternate. So this guy is the exact same card as this guy. But it's an alternate art. So it will be more expensive, but you can just play this one. It's like exactly the same cards. And also, most of the very good cards are not rares. Like, if you look at my Ahri lists that I showcased earlier, I only have, I think, 1 epic card in the whole deck, which is the champion, which is this card. It's the only epic card in the deck, and the entirety of the rest of the deck is like common rares, and like it will be very cheap. There are like no super rares or stuff. So I think it's it will be very affordable. You don't need to play like insane number of expensive playsets, at least as of now. So let's get back to staples aren't secret rare. That's insane. Yeah, that's really, really insane. And this, by the way, this is not an alternate art. This is the base version of the card, which I think is insane too. Like, it's so good. It's so beautiful. It's the base version of the card. Like this base version of the card. This base version. And this is the alt art. So this one is like sick alt art. Insanely good looking alt art. But like this is the base version of the card. So it's already like very, very good. Very, very good looking. Yeah, alt arts are very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I think if you like interaction in TCGs, you should play Riftbound, because it's the best of both worlds. It's like you have like a lot of cards you can play during your opponent's turn, which behave like end traps, but because there's a rune system, so a mana system, whatever, you cannot get FTK'd. Like if you don't draw your end traps or if they're not very good in the early game, well, it's fine because your opponent cannot kill you because they are limited by what mana allows them to do. So no, the game is like insanely good, and I strongly recommend you try it, Mosen. I will hurry on making the video so you can learn. Don't worry. So yeah, I think this looks list is looking cool. Sorry, and I was talking about trying to beat Kaisa, which does not seem like an easy task. Cards that are good against Kaisa are, if you've not seen it, I've made a short video about that, are like 5 or 7 might. So this guy could be something we consider, but we do not use his buff effects at all, which is like sad. These guys are like pretty whatever. This could be decent against Kaisa though. This card could be very decent against Kaisa. Should we play it in the sideboard? Maybe we should. Maybe we should play it in the sideboard. Like, it's very, very good against Kaisa. If they clear it, then you just play 3 tokens. So they don't want to clear it. It gives you so much value. But this is good too. Accelerate is good against Kaisa. Interesting stuff to think about. Yeah, maybe sideboard could be something like eco, like 2 ecos maybe. So we have like 5. Sorry, we need to have 5 cards to beat Kaisa, and we are playing the 3 Edens to help that happen. I think that could be something decent. And then we have 5 cards with side in against Kaisa, and we have these to try and beat Aurora. Should we play Sabotage though to beat Aurora? Maybe Sabotage should be something better than that. Like we already have enough control, and then we just play like Salvage. Sorry, not Sabotage, Salvage. And we just like kill Aurora and draw 1. Maybe that's the better game plan. I kinda like this list. Yeah, I kinda like how it looks like. So if we save this guy, which is Lux V1, I kinda like it. I think I'm playing it for my next locals on Saturday evening. I think I'm playing this Lux list, and I'll come back next Wednesday and tell you guys what I've thought about it and if it's actually good or if it's something you have to improve to make it compete in the format. So if we go through these 2, which is like very good. Also on Pictover Archive, something you can do for those who don't know very well Riftbound yet, you can generate proxies. So you build the deck, then you click print proxies, you print them, and you have a deck to play. And it's like basically free, just the cost of like ink and paper, which is not a lot. So we have this guy, and the list looks something like that. Well, I kind of like it. I think I'm going to try it, and I'll tell you what I think about it. What do you think about the floating rune effect? I think it's cool. It's like whatever in most circumstances. And it's good to enable certain decks to do stuff. Like Darius is very happy to be able to float a mana, burn this energy to play a seal, then use his legend effect and have like 2 floating manas so he can go over the mana he has for the turn. I kind of like it. Yep. I know how this mechanic works. So basically, for those who are newer to Riftbound, it's a bit complicated, but let me try and explain. If you are using a rune to generate an energy, you are basically tapping it. So it goes from active to exhausted. You generated an energy. But you can do that anytime. So I can like have 4 runes, tap 4 to generate 4 energy, and then play like a 2 cost unit and still have 2 mana that are there and not used. And what you can do is like you can use this to generate an energy and then recycle it to pay for a power cost. So let's say it's for Singularity, for instance, that needs you to recycle blue mana. And then the energy you generated by tapping this card is still there. It's not on your board, but it's still there because you tapped a rune and you did not use the energy. So it's an interesting mechanic which most of the time does not change anything, will not be used. But in certain circumstances, it's good to know, and it's something that could be important. Yeah, I like this mechanic. It's a bit more like it's a mechanic that could be important in some competitive games, so it's skill intensive. But for like newer players, they will never know about this mechanic and they won't care about it, and it will not affect the way they play the game. Like they will just have these runes and then they will like tap 2 to play a unit that costs 2, and that's it. So it's the kind of rule that is not a problem for beginners. They will not consider it, and is a part of complexity that is very good for advanced players. So I like it. I like the way it's designed. We don't speak about the same thing. I think we are talking about the same thing though. It's what floating means. Maybe I'm not like explaining it properly, but that I think we are talking about the same thing. Now, an active to have a floating rune for the turn. Yeah, so you have to tap it before if you want to do that. So you have your rune, you go generate a rune, then recycle it. If you don't tap it, then you don't have the energy because the action that generates the energy is tapping it. Like does not matter in most cases, but yeah, you have to tap it before. What I want to do now with what's left of the stream, so about an hour to an hour and a half, is watching a game and understanding a deck's game plan and talking about it. So last week we watched this match. We casted this match, actually recasted this match, which is Darius versus Kaisa. And if you are interested in playing Darius and you feel like you can't win against Kaisa, then you should probably watch the VOD for the stream, because this Darius should have won the match. I think he should have 2-0'd Kaisa, but even in the third game, which should not have happened, he should have won, and he misplayed a few things, which were like a shame for him, of course. But it's also why we're looking at it. It's like, remember, it's very early in the game's lifespan. The game just got released. Players are still learning. It's normal. They make mistakes. The goal is not to say this guy is trash. He played so bad. He should have won. The goal is to look at everything together, understand game plans, understand mechanics, and can you turn down the sound a little? It's okay. So you want me to turn down the music a little? Yeah, I can do that for sure. Give me a second. So like something like this should be better, I guess. I guess it should be better. Let me know, but I think it should be better if I do this. Yeah, I think it's good. Let me know if you need me to turn it down a bit more. I can also do that. So let's go with this review. I'm going to pick a match. Remember, it's from the Guangzhou Regional, which is the first one that happened, which was about a month ago in China. Now, what we are going to do is pick a game and yeah, I mean, we won't have the sound for this, so it's like no matter if I have my headset on though. We'll pick a game and we'll try to analyze it from what we know, from what we see, and from how I think it should be played. And also feel free to discuss plays in the chat and be like, oh, if he did this, wouldn't it have it be blah, blah, blah. Wouldn't it be better, or like something like that? We can of course debate things like that. It's very interesting to talk about and analyze this kind of games. So what are the matches we have? We have Kaisa against Miss Fortune. This is something we could analyze because we did not do any Aurora games yet, though it's not very interesting to cast Aurora. So we could probably do like game 1 to show you the game plan, but I'd rather start with a more interesting game, more skill intensive game, so we can like go deep into it, and then if we have time left, we might watch game 1 for this Misfortune into Aurora. What do you think? Misfortune to Kaisa, sorry. So what's this? It's Yi against Timo. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Like that matchup a lot. Let's watch this. So this is Master Yi against Timo. I think we will cast this game. It's actually a two legends that I think are like quite strong. I like a lot. So on the left side we have Master Yi, which if I give you a bit of insight right here, deck builder. Master Yi is where you at there. So whenever your opponent attacks your battlefield and you only have a unit there, this unit which is defending gets +2 might. And Timo is whenever you hide a card, you can pay an energy instead of a power. So you can tap a rune instead of recycling it to hide a card. And then you can also pay an energy and tap your legend to bounce back one of your Timos units directly to your end. So very cool. Is Timo as racist as his league version? Kinda. Is kinda what is like in league. So Timo's mechanic is hidden. Hidden means I'll show you a hidden card. Just give me a second. So this guy, hidden is instead of paying my proper cost, you can just recycle one rune, so burn a power, and hide me face down in the battlefield you control. And then whenever you want to, you can flip me during your opponent's turn or so on. And Timo plays a bunch of hidden cards, so it's like the shrooms in League, and he has to and you have to try to enter his battlefield and fight against or through the shrooms, so through the hidden cards to actually beat the Timo champion. So yeah, it's kind of like what is like in League. It's a very cool interpretation of what Timo is like. So on the left side we have the Master Yi, on the right side we have Timo, and it's time for the pen. You guys know the pen already. It's the tool I use to discuss pre-match theory with you all. So both decks will want to control battlefields. Yi to proc his legend effect and give +2 to his units, and Timo to be able to hide cards, because you cannot hide a card if you don't control a battlefield. So both leaders will probably want to control the board. The player that starts will definitely have an advantage, because if both players just hold their ground, then it will be like, I score 1, you go 1, I go 2, you go 2, I go 3, you go 3, and so on. And the player that started the game will be the first one to reach 8 points and win the game. So at some point in the game, one of these players, the one that is going second, will have to fight for the opponent's board, and that's when things will get interesting. So I would not be so surprised if early on we saw both players controlling one battlefield, and then the player that goes second builds up tempo to try and make a push. Now, win conditions for Timo are a bit weird. First thing is, does this guy know Edens? No. If he does not, he might just die attacking into something he can never conquer, and he should know about it, but he might not. Second thing for Timo is being able to access big might units early on, so it will depend on his list, but something like one or several Nocturnes would be very interesting to be able to push through the battlefield he has already. On his side, I think his win condition is just like slowing down the game and using one of his big bodies. Don't know the list he's playing because it's a month ago, so lists have changed since now. But using one of his big bodies, like maybe Yi under a What Flame Protector, so a 14 mighty, to push once a battlefield, score the extra point needed, and then he wins the game. Charm is so good against Timo. Yeah, Charm is a really good card against Timo too. Something you have to be wary about is that if Charm is your only play, You will just charm his unit away, and then you will probably flip a Eden that is a unit and not lose the point. But yeah, if he does not play around it, it could punish him like pretty bad. So yeah, I think those are the win conditions. So this guy slow and big posh, basically. Big posh. And this guy Edens and bodies such as knock and so on and so on. Here we go. When a unit is hidden, does she win the point or a battlefield, or she can't be hidden on the battlefield? You can only hide a unit in the battlefield you control, and if you lose control of the battlefield and you do not react using your hidden, then the hidden card dies because you do not control the battlefield anymore. So it's kind of like your opponent has a tough time pushing through it, but if it does, you have to use your hidden or it dies. So that's a very important key of the matchup, but I will talk about it as the game goes on. So let's go for this game. It should be very interesting. Am I max quality? By the way, for those who knew me during my Yu-Gi-Oh days and were like, you should buy YouTube Premium, why are we watching ads together with you? I did buy YouTube Premium, so we do not have ads. And that's something that's very cool. I like it. And also, thank you to Soul, which is the channel that has been releasing these gameplay videos. And what's really cool with their channel versus other channels is that they do not use an in-game overlay, so I can just like slap myself on top of it, and like we don't have like two cameras, like their camera and my camera, which is like cool. By the way, let me put myself in the right spot. Something like here would be great. Here, bigger. Yeah, perfect. Put myself in the middle, and we are going. Okay, so Yi got the dice roll. Very interesting. Ooh, Timo is giving out a lot already, but it's so interesting. Okay, so remember when I was talking about bodies for Timo, like the need to find big bodies. This Timo is playing the ganking map, and that's so how do I know which player is playing which map? This is for this player, and this is for this guy. Okay. What's very interesting is that Timo supposedly does not have big units in his deck. His biggest units are like Nocturne or like Monk, which goes with Edens. But the fact that he plays the ganking map means he will try to push there with a big unit. And the one big unit that you can see in Timo's list are Mundo. So for those who don't know Mundo, let me show you Mundo. Mundo is Timo. Mundo is Mundo. Mundo is this guy, which reads, my mind is increased by the number of cards in your trash. And Timo cycles through his deck a lot. So he could probably play like 1, 2, or maybe 3 Mundos even in his main deck. This map is already, so remember, it's like very early in the game. Players probably do not have that knowledge. But if you're this guy, you see this map and you should probably be like, my man here is on Mundo. I should have a plan for Mundo. I think that's what he should be thinking about right now. Trash is like graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yep, that's exactly that. Trash is like graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh. And the good news though is that Yi is going first. So he will be up in points. And so if it goes the way I was talking about earlier, he will score the first point. Then Timo will score 1, 2. Then he will go to 2. Then Timo will go to 2. And so what happens when they are both at 7 is they are both holding battlefields here and there. And it's Yi's turn. He goes to 8 and he wins before Timo gets the chance to do this. So actually, Yi got pretty good intel here and is in a good spot tempo-wise. So it should be game 1 for Yi. But it kind of depends on what they draw, obviously. And like what occurs in the game. And we start with a power, which is very, very good because now Poro can go there, reach 5 might, so 2 mites base plus the 1 might from shield plus the 2 might from E, and like Nocturne can't even challenge it because Nocturne is like 4 might, so it's already big enough to beat basically the whole everything in Timo's deck except Mundo. If we know there's Mundo, but I'm not sure this guy knows. So it's Poro, then it's Traveling Merchant. So Merchant is like when I move discard 1, draw 1, so very good for Mundo. You can dig your deck if you have Mundo early on, you can trash it so it does not stick to your end too bad, and you can generate card advantage. Like this card a lot. So Yi now has 4 mana. And what are his options? Discipline, First Mate, Kiana, Sun Shield, I don't remember his name, and of course the let me remember the name right. Name correctly. Soulvine Snapper, which is a card that is able to blast that is very good against Teemo because like you can drop it. Snapvine. Because you can drop it and force the body that's in the battlefield without attacking. So you don't trigger Edens. Very, very good card against Teemo. You just have to be wary about Smokescreen, which he can play because he's on the blue deck. But if you have something like a D5 to play with it in end, it should put you in a very good spot. So he is going to score the first point as expected. Teemo will probably get back at him next turn with scoring his first point too. And then he is considering his options. Probably dropping Kiana is good. Because now he could go like, he could go next turn like Kiana plus Discipline, which is 6 might. And if Teemo cannot defend 6 might, he will score a point and probably like instantly win the game or like get in a very, very good spot. And what's very interesting with this is you have to know if you're playing against blue, especially, but like in any Eden scenario, that a Eden card cannot generate more than 4 mites at a time. The purple Teemo here is plus 3 might when he enters play, so it's like 4. The blast cone is like 2 might and -2 on your board, so it's 4 might differential. So a hidden card cannot generate more than a 4 might difference. So if he goes here with his 2 might unit and plays a 4 might hidden card, then with 6 you should at least be good to trade, which I think you're fine with as E. So it probably is something he's looking to doing next turn. The Teemo will draw, move the merchants, score the points, discard Sprite Mother, draw an extra card as expected. He's using his merchant to cycle his deck, then paying a mana to hide the cards as expected so far. So that's what we were talking about. And now he's going Ravenbloom. So he knows very smart from the Teemo player. He knows that next turn he could be traded for 6 and that would be a problem for him. So he's going already with the Ravenbloom. So now if it's a Eden that is 4 mites, you will not win the trade because there will be 8 might here and you only attack with 6. So very, very good play from the Teemo player. Now the big mistake the Yi player has to avoid doing is playing Snapvine on the Ravenbloom, because if he does so and he fights against Smokescreen, Ravenbloom goes to 3 because he plays Smokescreen, and Snapvine goes to 2, and so Snapvine kills himself and does not achieve anything. So he has to be wary about that. He has to be very wary about that. And this Kiana will probably be like stuck in base doing nothing. But if he goes Snapvine on the merchants, he's also full tapped. So he uses 5 mana. He has no mana left as Yi. And then he cannot play the Kiana Discipline combo that we were talking about earlier. So it's a very good play from the Teemo player to drop this Ravenbloom here. Can you use a spell on a hidden card? No, you can't. You can't target an hidden card, which is like very good in some scenarios. Like for instance against Kaisa. Oh, he has Hangwards. Oh, he drew Hangwards and he chooses not to use this. Huh. I think I disagree. Because if you go like Kiana in the battlefield, in the ganking battlefield. And then you go like discipline, and then you go like Engward. Your Kiana is 8 mites. It's like very, very hard for Timo to deal with it. I think he should have traded this Kiana. If Timo has to deal with it, he will probably burn like 1 or 2 runes and lose a lot of resources because of deflect. So I think you should have like, instead of playing this guy, he should have went like Punk and then use his mana to go discipline and ward and like all of this stuff. I think I disagree with the play. And he passes. Yeah, I strongly disagree. I think he had a shot to get a bit of tempo back, and he failed to do so. Timo has smokescreen though, so it would have been like 4-4, but he burns 2 because of smokescreen, and then the Eden is what makes the difference. Do you trade or do you just lose a body? But like whatever, if he burns 2 runes on smokescreen, you're like very happy. You have control of the battlefield. You're leading the game, and like Timo has to come at you because he's late in points. You are the one scoring the point first. So I think he should have done it. This Kiana was like nobody in the matchup anyways. Yup. So it's going to be Singularity, recycling 2 blue runes, and then he's going to go at Kiana and Sunny Guardian, and then Kiana is dead, and there's nothing he can do about it, I think. Because if he plays Discipline with the mana he has left, it goes to 6, it still dies. So I think it's actually, like tempo-wise, it's not like an enormous misplay, like he missed a 3-point or something. But like tempo-wise, this might very well cost him the game. Because instead of having a body that trades here, and at least generates some value, he just played this that will never attack in the base. It's like way too low stats, it's 2 might. So this card is basically dead. This guy is dead. And now this guy is dead too, and this guy is dead too. So tempo-wise, he lost everything. And that's very harsh. And you cannot do anything about this Singularity right now. There's no way you can out it. So both of your cards will now die. He will use ganking on the merchants with the field to draw an extra card, score the point, and be first in points. These games were interesting. Oh, nice to have you in the chat, Silent Knights. How are you doing, brother? Nice to have you here. Yeah, these games are very interesting to analyze. So the only thing we have to keep in mind is that it was the first week of the game, actually. So players were probably making a lot of mistakes because they did not know interactions as well as we do today. Of course, the idea is not to be like, yeah, this guy sucks, and it's just like to analyze and understand what you need to do in like facing these leaders. But yeah, very interesting as of now. We've already learned a lot. And now Timo is ahead, because remember what I told you. It goes like 1, then 1, then 2, then 2. And the guy that has the... So it's basically, you can consider this as a half point lead, which is like insanely important. It's like, what, like the first turn player does not have an extra point, but he gets his point first. And when you reach 7, he will be the first one to go to 8. So in this spot, Timo had to find an opening in the game to score an extra point, so 2 points in a turn instead of 1, to be the one in lead. And now he is. So even if he loses the battlefield with the merchant, it's like, whatever, he does not care, because he got the lead in points back. So far, so good. Yeah, players and judges were making mistakes. That's a new game for you. Yeah, that's it. But like, also what I think is very interesting is like we're starting with like this regional, and then every Wednesday, so on stream, we will be going through like more recent regional as time goes on, and like we will be seeing newer plays, adaptations, deck building. And that's also, I've been playing the game a lot myself. I think I know a lot, but that's also a good way to introduce to you guys what these guys are trying to do and how you should probably play in these matchups and how you can adapt your list and stuff. So yeah, I think that's interesting to start from scratch and like go a bit more recent every time. And he's going to hide his Timo in the battlefield. So now we have 6 might here. We know about it already. We have 6 might here. because this Timo is when I'm played, the turn I'm played I get +3 and it's 1 base, so it's like 4. So this is 6 might, very very hard to challenge for this Poro. Once again, if he goes discipline and ward, it just matches, does not win. So we need another buff, very very tough. And this guy we don't know about yet. Could very well be a book that draws 2, could very well be a 4 might Eden card like Timo or Blastcone. So there's a lot of options for this card, and there's a lot of problems already for Master Yi. I think the Kiana play was crucial, like very very important for the tempo of the game. Now he's so far behind. He has nothing established on board. He has no card advantage in hand compared to what Timo has, and Timo has cycled through his deck already with the Merchant. So it's very very tough for the player. One of the plays that could help him right now is Snapvine, because it will not be that often that Timo is fully tapped. And now Timo has 0 mana because Singularity is really expensive, right? So he cannot use Smokescreen. So right now you could Snapvine there and regain a bit of that lost tempo because you're sure Snapvine will kill. But that might not even be enough to conquer, because if this is a unit, probably your Poro can go there. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 might be enough though. If it's not like Timo, if it's not like exactly these Timo cards, I think Snapvine plus Poro there and Discipline or Engwards is a good play. And if it's Timo, like, well, at least you had to try something, right? Ninja, you order against mites when you play Eden cards. Yup, he does, but he's not a Eden card himself. Why did he back the defending Poro from the battlefield to the base? He actually made a very costing misplay. He decided to drop the Sunlit Guardian in the battlefield and retreat the Poro, because Sunlit is a better unit. It's like one extra might. But he should have pushed with the Kiana because he got punished by Singularity. Then Kiana and the Sunlit Guardian died, and Poro was left alone in base and does nothing. So it's definitely a misplay. But nice to have you in the chat, Maglowat. Hope you're doing great. Welcome. Feel free to drop a follow, guys. Every Wednesday we will be streaming at 8 p.m. Paris time. So don't know about your time, but we'll be streaming competitive rebound content. So feel free to drop a follow. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much. And objective is to, like, the goal, purpose of all of this is to get better together and analyze a lot of stuff. Oh, he has the charm. He has the charm right now. He drew the charm, I think. I don't think he had it in hand. So he knows about Timo. He has the charm. How do you sequence this turn properly with the charm, though? Can we get the board view again? Okay, so you have charm, you have 7 mana. You probably don't want to play charm and Snapvine because it's like way too expensive in power. So you probably want to go like charm one like this guy here. Then you get the ganking map. I think that's the play, no? It's like, okay, it's like charm this guy here. So Ravenbloom, wait, I will draw arrows. So charm this guy here, I think. Then you already know what this card is, but you gain intel on what this card is because your opponent will need to flip it, otherwise it dies. Then he flips it. Then worst case scenario, if it's like a 4 might unit, you can go Snapvine, kill it, and then Poro takes the battlefield. And if it's not a 4 might unit, your opponent is full tapped, so you can go like Poro, hit, Discipline, buff it, and you win the battlefield anyways. So I think it's the best play, right? It's like charm here, and then you force this, you see what this is, so you have full knowledge on the board, and then you go either Snapvine or Poro with Discipline. I think that's the best play. I'm like under 100% sure that's the best play, actually. You could push this guy in base, but it's always better to push them together in a battlefield. So if he wants to come back, you will need an extra turn to go like battlefield base and then base battlefield. So I think, yeah, stacking them both is the best play he has as of now. Thanks so much for the follow, Silent Knight. Welcome, buddy. Glad to have you on board. Hope you like the stream. If you like the content and you are interested, you can also go in the description. I do have a YouTube channel. I was a Yu-Gi-Oh player before, But now I'm doing review on videos. So if you want to learn about the game and talk about meta and stuff, you can go there and check the videos. Would be appreciated a lot. Thank you for being there. So he decided. Wait, what? He decided to charm the merchants out of here. So gives an extra draw. What? And he's still facing ganking. Fantasy is I cast and do rebound content a ton as well and love it. Keep up the good work. You too, mate. You too. Maybe we can do something together someday. Glad to have a fellow content creator here. What's the play? Let's see what he does, and then we'll decide if it's shit or if I was just blind. As of now, it's shit. But maybe I'm blind. Because now he takes a battlefield, which is this one, that is exposed to an extra threat, which is ganking. Which has no reason. He has no reason to. He could just take this one. Instead, I think he wants to draw. So his plan is to go there and go like Discipline and Wards and draw 2 cards. But then you gain like 0 tempo. You still don't know what this is. You did not clear this. This is still able to draw extra cards. And you just dealt with this. While with my play, you stack them both. So you kind of dealt with the battlefield because it's like not threatening. And you gain knowledge about this one. So I think it's like, yeah, it's suboptimal for sure. Is it trash? Not sure yet. But it's for sure suboptimal. And Timo is full tapped, so you have to use whatever you can. Wow, Snap Vine! Okay, so it's basically the worst of both worlds. It's like you still drop Snap Vine, but for no reason. Like, he burnt 2 power, he tried to go into the map that says, whenever you target someone here, you draw a card. But to not use a card that draws him a card this turn. And he still burnt 3 power to not gain knowledge on this card. Yeah, so no. It's definitely not the good play. Don't like this play at all. And now we're back to the game state where Timo has the half point advantage. Which means he's the first to score. They're like tied, but he's the first to score. So if they're tied to 7, Timo will win the game. Okay, so he has Consults, 2p5, something like Merchant again. And what's the last cards? It's Fight or Flight. So send the unit back to base. Very good in fighting against. Ooh. So it's the Timo that was hidden there. Very interesting. Now he can pay extra energy to hide the cards. He can play a Merchant and he can pass. And why is he doing so? He's just building tempo because he does not need to be aggressive anymore. He's taking the lead and he does not have to fight for it. Meanwhile, Master Yi has 2 cards in hand. 3 now, I think. Or 4? Maybe 4. Yeah, it's 4. And he's struggling because he has only if his Snap Vine play does not go through, game is lost. If this Snap Vine is not able to clear at least 2 out of the 3 cards in the battlefield, this game is lost. The good news is he has Discipline and Engwards. But like, meh. Know what I mean? And he has to take care of this Timo. He has to absolutely take care of this Timo. Because if he fails to do so, then this Timo will just like keep cycling through the deck and finding Nocturne and stuff. And that's literally not what you want to see as Yi. And you could be like, Timo only has 2 cards in hand. Like it's not, so he's not in such a good spot. He's going to run out of resources. But look at the amount of cards he has on board. He has 5 cards on board. He has 2. So it's only natural that he only has like so few in hand. Because his resources are committed to the boards. And that's what's important in this matchup. He can win at 7, hold the field, and go for the other with the Yi champ who enters ready. Yeah, for sure. But he has to have a free pass. Because this Yi is 7 energy, which is a lot. You do not have the even more with the play he did before, which he burned like 3 power in the same turn. But you do not have the opportunity to play DC with like tons of buff on the same turn. So he has to clear units before. What's the play? It's Pit, gives the buff to probably Snapvine, and then goes 7 in the battlefield. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. It could very well die to Smokescreen Timo effects and not deal a single damage. Conquer and win the game because I have 2 both failed with 1 conquer for score the 8th point. Yeah, I know, right? But to do this, he has to be able to win in the battlefield where all the cards are hidden. And as of now, I don't think he can. So big problem now. You go 7. We know that Timo has Stupefy and Smokescreen. So you're going there. You will have to be fighting against this guy, which is going to be 4, because +1 Smokescreen, +1 Stupefy. This guy, which will deal you damage. All of this while taking -5 mites, so being on 2 mites. You could be blasted by this Timo. And you will be forced to use your buffs, so your Engward and Discipline, to protect your Snapvine. Which means you won't use them in this map, which gives you card advantage. So, like, this play, the previous turn's play, was, like, very detrimental to his game plan, in my opinion. Thanks for the follow, Yushia. Welcome. Hope you're doing great. Hope you had a great day. Welcome to the stream. So, yeah, I think this play is, like, very, very tough. Both plays were very tough, actually. Might not seem like big mistakes, but if you look at the results, it's like very huge impact. Both Smith play these. De rien. Nice to have some French guys here too. What are you streaming? What are you streaming? Are you a Riftbound content creator too? Or are you streaming something else and just coming to say hi? Alright, so it's Snapvine going to the battlefields as expected. Timo's calculating, but I think you drop everything you have there. You drop both Stupefy and Smokescreen. Probably Stupefy first to make sure. Okay, so he flipped what? He flipped 2 hiddens. Stack deck, Fight or Flight is a hidden card. Stack deck again, Timo is a hidden card, and then Mundo. So he does 2 damage, which means he will be forced to use a buff, because now he gets Smokescreen plus Stupefy, he drops to 2 mites, so he dies. Because he has 2 damage. So it's 2 damage. Do you have anything you want to do? True. So he takes the 2 damages. And now, Smokescreen, right? I speak franchement because it's French streamer on Discord. Yep. I can still read you and translate the messages if you don't like English. Also, something you can do if you want to, if you prefer French, is you can go in the stream description and get to my YouTube channel, and then there I post VODs, I post replays of the stream, but the auto translation from YouTube is like kinda decent. So if you're not a perfect English speaker, you can get there and everything good. So it's Smokescreen for sure, right? Oh, it's Stupefy first. Probably should be Stupefy first, yeah. Whatever I draw could probably change. This Timo player is actually very good. I like the way he's played so far. I've not seen a single mistake from what he's done so far. I really like the way this Timo player is playing the game. I really like that. And his deck building seems interesting too, with the ganking map and the Mundos. So, neg 1 might draw 1. Does it go through? Will be the question. Yep, it's good. So -1, draw 1, and Ravenbloom gains an extra mites. And then it's probably Smokescreen. He passes priority. Does he do it twice? Yeah, it's because I resolve Stupefy. So basically, the way chains work, for those who might not know, it's like first fight is attacker first, okay? Then so chain, if it does not have anything passes priority, chain. Then when the first chain resolves, it's the last guy that activated a card that passes priority. So now, last card that was activated is Stupefy. So this guy has priority. If he passes, Timo has priority to activate a card. Sorry, Ricia, for the English. Feel free to check YouTube, though. Feel free to check YouTube, and you will have the French translation and also edited videos. Hoping to see you there, and that was nice to have you on stream. Thank you for the follow. It was great. So now it's his turn to play. Do you have anything you want to use? If you don't, then it's Timo's turn. I think that's what they are talking about. Judges aren't sure. Yup, that's U. Okay, they are debating. Okay, so he passes priority, and then Timo will decide to play flight or fight, and not smokescreen. Kinda interesting. Why would you not play smokescreen here? What's the reason? Is it the power cost, which is a problem for you? Maybe, no? He's afraid of... I mean, he has no cards in hand, so the power cost should not be a problem, though. I think smokescreen was the play, right? Like, you either force a defy, which could be a problem later on in the game, or you force buffs, which could be a problem later on in the game. So I think smokescreen was the play here. But he has played very good so far, so let's see what he does and understand. Maybe he has something in mind. So he passes. He could also get rid of the buff. So I think he should have let this crash, but he's probably trying to develop more of his deck knowledge with Timo, activating its effects several times. That's maybe what he's trying to do. Now we have the merchants, or maybe he's going to go double merchant smokescreen, but it would be a ballsy play though. I think you should not do that if you're in this spot. Ooh, Fox is such a good draw there. Fox is such a good draw there. Okay, so it's Console the Past that will be activated, no defy. I think the guy on the left said, okay, good, you may go, you may proceed. So it's draws 2, very good when you have only 2 in hand, and like gives him free card advantage. So yeah, Consult resolves, draws 2. Ravenbloom gets +1. And he gets Monk and another Fox, which is not so good though. Merchants get there, discarding Merchant, draws 1. Stupefy. Then probably Merchant goes there again, no? Like you discard second Fox, I guess. Is that the plan? Might be the plan. I think second Fox is the plan there. Carding it, getting an extra card, probably a card to hide. I think what he's looking for is a card to hide, and he did not get one so far, so that might be the play. For 4, we're going to go Ember Monk. So this card reads, whenever you play a card from Eden, you gain 2 extra might on the Monk. So basically you can get like +2 or +4 in turn. +6 is theoretically possible, but like very rare. Does not have enough fun. And then Timo is going to use his effect to bring back Timo, and he's going to hide this Timo again, most likely using an energy. And now this Timo is out of Snapvine range, out of Charm range. He can buff the Monk, so very good turn from this Timo. I'm still skeptical about the fight or flight there. I think he probably should have smoke screens. But I understand the need of keeping it for later on and sending up more bolts since you're ahead. So Fight or Flight is not like a bad play by any means. I think it's like maybe suboptimal, but not like bad. While the 2 plays that I criticized earlier from the lead player were bad plays for sure. Like not suboptimal, just like strictly bad, strictly worse. What's the plan now? We go to 5, but we're still late. So we still need to conquer these battlefields. What will be his answer to this situation? Is there any answer to this situation? In his end, he has the first mate. We know about that. Something that could be like a good way to force through these battlefields would be like Zonia for 2. Then you attack with Snapvine. Snapvine dies, Zonia dies, so Snapvine does not die. And then you go first mate and you attack again with Snapvine, and you should be able to clear most of the battlefield. But that would be like conditioned to the fact that he draws Zonia. I don't think he has it in hand right now. But we'll see. Maybe he does. He seems to be thinking a lot though. Oh, he has another charm? I think he drew into another charm. Or is it discipline? What? Oh, this is. Oh. Oh, I don't like this play. So basically, what could happen is Timo is flipped, reveals 5 cards. Worst case scenario, reveals 2 Hiddens, kill the discard, and reveals a Nocturne. Worst case scenario, of course, but it could happen. And I think he's intending on buffing it. He wants to buff it to have it not die, but like it's very risky and expensive. No, you'd prefer to attack with like Snapvine and fully buff Snapvine to like clear almost everything except Monk, maybe. I think that would be the best play, best course of action for him. So yeah, just discard. All right. Then Timo will be used, of course. Timo's effect will be activated. Nothing to say. And then I think he's asking if he can react after seeing the cards, but you can't. You have to react now. Else, your guy is dead. So he's doing it. Discipline. There. Pay 2. Buff 2. Draw 1. Could still die though. Smokescreen is a card. Yup. Discipline is gone. Cat on keyboards. Reveals 1, 2, 3. 3 hidden cards. So it's 3 damage. Phew! Close call. 1 more hidden, and it was the dead guy. Guy was dead. Then what's he doing now? Still no Nocturne, by the way. So Timo is a bit low rolling. Or he's not playing Nocturne, but I think he's a bit on the low roll end. Maybe he does not play Nocturne though. Some guys prefer a stable list without Nocturne, which I can get. So it's stupefy. If this resolves, this guy dies because he loses a might and he already has 3 damage. So he's going to go up 2 to 6, then lose 1 to 5, and he only needs to take 2 to die. Stupefy will draw a cards. Ravenbloom will gain a might. And he still has 1 mana left open. And this guy is 2 might currently, but he deals 6. No, 5, because he was stupefied. So he deals 5. So 5 kills like Merchant, like Timo and Ravenbloom, or Merchant and Ravenbloom, but most likely he will kill Timo. Monk is 6, though, because he played the hidden cards. So Monk is 6. Might, so he can't be killed right now. They like to discuss a lot though. Okay, so +2 is there. +2 is there, and then what's up? Who do you kill? I think you stop at that and you kill Timo and Ravenbloom. Like you say go, and if Timo does nothing, you go, okay, I kill Timo and Ravenbloom, which is fair trade. And then you could probably go Snapvine to kill Monk. If you have like a buff or Zonias, it would be like insane value. But does he still have a buff left? That's the problem. He was forced to use all his buffs because of this little boy attacking and having him not die for nothing. What are they talking about? It's taking so long. Like, dude, just play long. Oh, is using the mana to use stack deck. So look at the top 3 cards, and if he finds Nocturne, so he's 100% playing Nocturne because he would never have done this if he was not. Because if he reveals Nocturne here, he can put it into the battlefield directly because he controls it as of now. And so that makes his board even stronger. And now Ravenbloom is 4, so you cannot kill Ravenbloom and Teemo, so you have to go for either Ravenbloom or Teemo and Merchant, which I think you have to do. You have to go Teemo and Merchant, so you do not have Teemo triggered on you an extra time next time you attack. So it's 100% Teemo and Merchant that need to die there. If he makes the correct read, that is. So it's pass priority, Teemo is full tapped. And Yiga is thinking. I mean, best course of action for him would be clearing Merchant and Teemo, then developing some boards and passing, I guess, probably. So yeah, this dice and Merchant dice too, right? Yep. That's the correct read. You don't want to kill this single Ravenbloom. But now there's 10 might in the field. And 10 might is so much, you cannot challenge this turn. I think there's no way for him to challenge this turn. He will have to set up and play next turn. But he already spent a lot of mana on buffs, so he cannot like set up Yi or something. And he saw Singularity too, so like actually playing Yi would be probably bad. Like you drop Yi to set up and then you get Singularity on Poro and Yi and like game is over. So what is it? It's like Kiana? Or it's like... Okay. Terrible play again. Terrible play again. In my opinion. What's like... It's Charm? Is it Charm into like Monk now that he's full tapped? Might be that, no? Okay, Clockwork. Why don't you do that first, though, if you are planning on drawing? And it's pass. Ugh. Wow, I dislike this play so bad. I dislike this play so much. Oh, come on. So, basically what he did here, just to give you... because I'm saying I dislike it, but like, I might as well explain. Like, let's not be that that guy that criticizes without explaining. So, his only way, Emo, in my opinion, to contest this board was next turn, I go Snapvine in there, so from base, right? Snapvine is in there, probably with Yi, that you accelerate on the same turn, and then you go like 13 into something, and either you clear everything, or almost everything, or you get the point, which is what you need to get back in the game, because remember, Teemo is the first one to go to 6. So Teemo will win if the game state remains the same. So I think it was his shot to get the dub. If he goes there and goes like drag Monk here with Charm, maybe I can get it. Maybe I can agree to some extent. You dealt with a very problematic unit with a lot of might. I can probably agree with the play, but it does not have Charm, and he passes with 3 mana open after using 2 buffs. So, and never drawing in this map. So yeah, no, the game plan is like terrible, sadly. Oh, we drew Nocturne, so he's going to discard it, of course. And now we got the Mundo. And so it's game over, I think. Because it's like Mundo in the battlefield, so you can never take it because Mundo will be like 20 might, 20 plus might. And next turn is ganking in the other battlefield and crushes everything that's there. And probably you hide like fight or flight or something like that. So yeah, drops Mundo. This we knew about. This Mundo is like maybe 20 might, something like that. Which, by the way, he could have known about seeing the first map, but once again, it's the first regional ever. People probably did not know much about the game, or at least for sure not as much as we do now. So it's like, I'm not saying he's a terrible player. I'm just saying the decisions were not the correct ones. And so he is on 16. He's on exactly 20 might. 20 might. I was I was like, he might be on 20. He's on exactly 20. My bad, I guess. My bad for being the goat of mathematics. I'm freeing the cat. Give me a second. Here you go. He was sleeping next to the keyboard this entire time. I think she wants to get some fresh air. Little kitty cat. So now it's Mundo Oats. So there's okay. So now the game plan is simple. Once again, very well played from Timo. He got to 6, right? Mundo Oats goes to 7. Mundo Ganking goes to 8. And there's basically no way for Yi to avoid that, except maybe to charm Mundo in the base, which would just delay it by 1 turn, but like not make you win the game. It would just delay your loss by a turn. So like game at this point, game is already over. You can never kill the Mundo, and next turn he goes ganking and you lose the game. He's on 20 might. So even if you go like White Flame Protector on someone, you cannot kill Mundo. And like it's not even close. It's not like you miss like 2 might because you have used Engward for no reason. No, it's like not even close. It's terrible. But this Mundo guy is so strong. Sick. That's very sick. So he's thinking, but he has like we can just fast forward. He has no outs. He like 100% has no way to win this game. It's game 1 for Timo. Game 1 for Timo, dude. Yeah, you can think how you want. I don't think you have an out. And he scoops now. I think he scoops though. For the end of the game to be so fast. Yeah, he's stacking his bodies. And he's just scooping the game now. Yeah, he's just conceding the game. Yeah, and check. So let's go game 2. Very, very interesting game from the Timo player. Remember what we talked about at the beginning of the game. He perfectly understood his win conditions and is in a very good spot to win this best of 3 now because what's good night, Mazen. See you, brother. What's like also very important, like micro wise in the game, we talked about everything that happened, but macro wise in the best of 3. So, like, if you look at the bigger picture, this guy lost the dice. Okay, so his job, this Timo guy lost the dice. So his job in the best of 3 is to be able to win at least one of the 2 games. He will be going second. He needs to win one of them. Let's say he loses game 1. Then game 2, he is going first, he wins. Then game 3, he will be going second again, and he will need to win this one. And he already achieved it in the first game, and in a beautiful manner. He was playing like very well. And now he's in a very good spot because even if he loses this game, it's completely fine because next game he is going first. And as we talked about earlier, it's very important to go first in this matchup. So I think he's in a very good spot and he seems to be a very good player and have a very good understanding of what he needs to do to win these games. So I like what I'm seeing a lot. And remember, it's the first regional, so this guy is very smart and a fast learner, and I like that a lot. I respect that a lot. Yup, nice Timo deck. Very, very nice Timo deck. Very interesting approach to the list. I think from something he could play to, maybe he's playing them inside, is the Shadow Island guy. Let me show you the card because I don't know the name. I think something that would fit his approach perfectly would be to play this guy. Rasha the Thunderer. Because he stacks his trash very fast and then he could play this card basically for free. Like this game, he could have played this card for 0. He had like 16 cards in trash or something like that. He could just drop this card for 0. This is a very interesting card in Timo 2 that is very underplayed, I think, and that is very good. Because people are like, yeah, but if I draw it in the early game, it's trash. But yeah, but if you play Merchant, whatever, you're just going to discard it. It's just like Mundo. So, very good card too. Should probably appear in some Timo list at some point. And now we will see Master Yi going first once again in a good battlefield for him. Maybe he will see more success with this battlefield because he was able to draw, I think, 0 cards last turn because of his like when you target someone here, you can draw one. So Mastery starts. Timo puts 2 cards at the bottom of his deck, and he is going to channel 2, draw 1, and start playing. So what's turn 1? Power again? Or is it a worse one? It's Clockwork. You don't draw with Clockwork, never ever. Turn 1, you lose so much resources doing that. So it's Clockwork. It's a bit worse than his opening game 1, and it's Merchant on Timo's side. So it's the same game, but he has a bit of a worse opening. Do they choose the battlefields or they are chosen randomly? They do choose the battlefields, I think. I think they choose them. Not 100% sure, but I think they choose them. So for those who don't know, the complete ruling is you see the opponent's legend, then you pick your battlefield for game 1, you put it face down on the game mat, then you roll the dice. The player that wins the player that wins flips the battlefields and then decides if he wants to go first or second. So he knows what the battlefields are, but when you pick your battlefield, you don't know if you're going first or second. That's the official ruling as of now. That is how battlefields are chosen. For this first regional, there might have been a slight change in rules, but I think this is what they do. So Clockwork goes into the battlefield, and then same shit as the game before. Timo will need to be able to score 2 points in a single turn to be able to regain the lead. Kiana again, this time maybe he will understand because of the previous game that he has to use her in a more aggressive way to be able to generate tempo. And Timo has a tough end to play with. Very, very tough end. A lot of high-end cards. But the Merchant could probably solve at least, not maybe all of this, but at least part of this. So it's going to be Merchant, discarding Blast Cone. Blast Cone, which is, once again, very smart choice from Timo. What do you need to do to win this game? You need to go forwards and be able to score 2 points in a turn. Blast Cone is a defensive card, and I can tell you, I'm 100% certain, seeing how this guy is playing, that if he was going first, he would have kept the Blast Cone. But now he's like, I will need to push. Blast Cone is not a card that pushes through the board, so I'm discarding it. Very smart play. Very, very smart play. I like that a lot, actually. Then for 2, we will see Ravenbloom, I think. And then a Eden cards. Yup. And we're hiding Timo too, because we're in a battlefield where we can hide 2 cards. Thanks to, I don't remember this card's name, but I think it's Bendo City, right? It's the city of Fjordos for sure. I think the card's name is Bendo City. And now with 2 hidden cards, he's basically 100% sure he will be able to keep this battlefield for the whole game. The question is, will he be able to take over the other battlefield? The answer is probably yes, because he's been playing very good so far. Battlefield effect though, he draws a card, so pretty good. But Kiana is already too weak to challenge the monster of a battlefield Timo created. And we're starting with a charm, I think, to force the Timo we know about, probably. But like still does not give us information about the last cards that's hidden there. Now this, when you hold here draw 1 battlefield, is very insane in these like keep the battlefield centered matchups. So we are charming the Merchant, so he will get to cycle an extra card. Very, very good opportunity for him to get rid of his like 10 top ends in hand. And he will be discarding Fight or Flights to let his Merchant die then. Okay. Still logical. Very, very smart play as of now. Gets value out of the Merchant. He knows he will die anyway, so does not try attempt to do anything stupid, like using a stupefy or something. Okay, so Kiana goes there, and then for 2, it's discipline. And Timo does not have an answer yet. Oh, it's consult the past, Eden. So Kiana will beat Timo as of now. What he needs with this 1 mana is probably like stack deck and then fight Nocturne. I think it's the only way he wins this fight. It's stack deck and find Nocturne out of it, which could happen, but like requires a lot of sequences to go the right way, and it's not. Okay, so now very interesting because this is the play we should have seen in game 1. I think it was even more. It was even better, even more favorable for Kiana because there were not 2 Edens. It was the map where you can only have 1 Eden in the ganking map. So this is the play we should have seen game 1, which I think he learned from his mistake, and like now it chose the correct play. And the question is, will it win the game? I think it will. I think it's like he's in a very good spot compared to last game where he did just not that. He could have done that. He did just not that, and he was in a very tough spot. Give me. Let me open to the cat. Do. Kitty cat comes back in. And so he gets to 3 points, and now he's not even like just leading the game. He is stomping Timo. So even if Timo gets both battlefield in the turn, it will only be 3-3, and if he reconquers any of them, he's still ahead. So it's very, very good, actually. Oh, Singularity is a very good card to draw here. Very, very, very good card. Does he have the mana to pay it? If he does have the mana, I think he has to drop it. It's an insane card to get here. Because he can just like Singularity both Kiana and the... Oh, he goes Shark. Okay. Shark to blast this guy. So what I was thinking is you go Shark. So Shark on play this 6. Maybe he's afraid of like double Engward or something like that. And then she goes to 8 and does not die. Because this guy, when he's played, deals 6 to unit at the battlefield. And so what he's doing right here is using Shark to clear this and then going for Ravenbloom and try and ult to draw cards. But he could also have gone Singularity, clear both, then go Ravenbloom into there. And if this guy does not play Yi Accelerate, which he will probably have to, you draw 2. And if he does, he is full tapped, like he's going to be on 7 mana, so he can just play Yi but nothing more. And then if he goes there, it's like basically Yi, which is 6 might, against a 2 might card and potentially a Eden that is 4 might. So it would have been a very like scary trade for the Yi player. So I think it could have been a great play to go Singularity, then go just Ravenbloom here and keep the Shark. And if Yi goes through next turn, you can just Shark the Yi and he dies. So I think Singularity was a strong option there. What's the plan now? I think this Clockwork dies no matter what. Yep, it is indeed dead. Then we're going to go Ravenbloom there and hide a card, and it is a Pinecone. So indeed, I think he should have gone Singularity. The Shark's body is good. It's like interesting. But I think Singularity was the play here. If he has Mother Sprite in hand to accelerate next turn despite not having a body in base as the Shark, I'm like 100% certain it's the best play. If he does not have Mother Sprite, I can kind of understand why he plays Shark, because he wants to have tempo next turn too if he gets cleared. But with the Blast Cone, I think you were covering everything. If he goes Snapvine onto Ravenbloom, you just flip Blast Cone, you keep the battlefield. If he goes Yi, you trade at worst. He could also have burnt a rune, like used a power, and then if he has a spell in hand, or you can wait for a spell to buff Ravenbloom. So yeah, I think maybe the play was Singularity there. But Shark is not a bad play. Like, it's at least okay, and I think it could be good though. You want to come back in? Yeah. Not coming out to play. I have work to do. She wants to go out and play. She's a dog, basically. I mean, in behavior, not like in a bad way, but she behaves like a dog. She comes in here to check on me and see if I can go outside and play, which is a cat. So, what's the best play for you now? We should get to see his hand at some point. He's ahead, so he does not need to play too aggressively. He just needs to protect his board, generate tempo, cycle cards, draw. He does not need to be so aggressive, so maybe he will just drop a unit and pass. If he does so, Singularity becomes even better. What is that? It's Discipline, I think? Yep, it is indeed Discipline. So he has like First Mate maybe? And he's trying to go... Oh, it's Charm on the Shark. Okay, so getting rid of Shark. So Shark dies. So there's nobody. So yes, Singularity was definitely the play. And then it's First Mate. And it's Kiana for 6 there. So you have to flip Blast Cone, you have to lose your rune, you have to trade. And if he has Engord, the game is lost, I guess. Happens. So Kiana is now 4 into 4, so they trade. And that's what will happen, I think. Yep. That's it. But he's still ahead in points, and he prevented Timo from drawing 2 from the battlefield. So yeah, it's a good play from the player. Okay, so it's Hardcast Consults. Not so good. He might scoop the game. The game is over now. The game is kinda over. I don't think he can come back from this. I think Singularity was slightly more optimal. He's back in. I think Singularity was slightly more optimal, and it was probably the best play. Because in this spot where he plays Shark, which is like here, I think. Yes. If he goes Singularity, he does not die to First Mate because there's nobody to restand. He does not die to Charm because there's nobody to Charm in. He does not suffer from Discipline drawing an extra card because there's nobody to Discipline. So basically it was just, I think, 100% better to Singularity. It was like maybe a bit more consuming in terms of power, but like the game, you're already so far behind, you need to play like a bit risky to try and come back. So I think it was his first mistake actually. A slight mistake, so not a big one, and his first one, because he's been playing very clean since the beginning of this cast. Let's go for game 3. So now Timo is stalling, which is great news. Very, very great news for the Timo player. As I said, oh, this is not great news though. He does not have a body to play, so he needs to drop the Timo to be able to control battlefield. That is not great news at all. What's going on into his hands? So Timo will fight for the green battlefield to be able to... Okay, this guy does not have a good card to play too. Dropping First Mate turn 1 like this is as bad as dropping Timo like this turn 1. So, okay. Both guys seemingly have a weak opening. So now he's going to have to discard a card, which will be a Consult the Past, because he already has a lot of card advantage. Then he draws into Nocturne, which is pain, which is really painful for Timo. And then he goes Merchant and passes. So Merchant will probably next turn try to enter the battlefield and like bounce Timo to end to be able to hide Timo again. Now this Timo is 1 might, so it's very weak. So you could, if you have like any buff in hand, like any discipline or something, you could attempt to get a free trade there with the First Mate. even more with this buff. So now it's 4. If you have any buff, like any discipline or Engward, it's very good for you. Ooh, kitty cat. Not the mic, not the mic. Okay, so it's first mate in the left battlefield. I don't think it's a good play, but I can kind of understand. Oh, cat on keyboard. I don't think it's a good play though. Okay, so it will be Stupefy on the first mate to draw a card, cycle the end, and he gets a blast cone, and then it's Gust being used. Okay, so Stupefy Gust makes sense because he was buffed, so we had to put him back to 3 mana, so it's very good for him. Now he's in a 2-point lead. And I like that a lot. Oh no, he's going just to restand the pit rookie and then like pit rookie in there and it's going to go through. So yeah, no 2-point advantage, but it's a bit better. Like the body is a bit weaker, which I can understand why he did that. Something interesting you guys have to know about Gust, maybe you don't. So Gust is this card. Just let me show you Gust for a second. Gust is this card which says, which reads, return a unit at the battlefield with 3 might or less to its owner end. Something really interesting is that this card targets. So if you have like something that, like, let's say a power, which is like 2 might, okay, at the battlefield, and they use Gust, they are able to target power because it's like less than 3 might. But if you use like Engward or Discipline and then your power goes to 4 might, then Gust is not able to bounce because it checks the might of the unit in resolution. So in resolution, it checks the power it targeted before. This power is now 4, which is more than 3 or less, and so Gust vanishes, like fizzles, and nothing happened. So it's a good way to play around Gust in like green decks to be able to do that. You could also do that in blue with Raven Bloom, I guess. Both of them are interesting ways to play around Gust. And something you should know if you are willing to compete in Riftbound. Okay, so as we expected, it's Merchant going into the battlefield, then probably Teemo goes back to end at some point. Flip the Eden, it's a Teemo, hide an extra cards. Do we add back the Teemo though? Raven Bloom, and Teemo goes back to base, and we do not hide, bounce the extra Teemo to end. Okay, interesting. But we were able to cycle a bit through the end, which seemed a bit heavy early on. Like we saw Fox, we saw I think Singularity, like a lot of top end cards, which you don't want to stack too much of, obviously. And now Teemo passes with 4 runes open, which leaves room for like Smokescreen and Fight or Flight, or double Fight or Flight, or stack deck. A lot of options actually. Good news for you though is that we saw him discard a Nocturne, which means he drew it, so he will not be able to see it with any reveal cards and then play it for free. So very good news for you actually. It's like basically a decrease in like 10% chance if the deck is full, and like even more if the deck is on lower card counts. And I'm meaning like 10% chance of seeing Nocturne being revealed and played for free. It's very interesting. It's like if I give you a bit of like serious stats, it's like you have like 30 cards in the left in the deck. You have like 3 Nocturnes in the deck. You look at 5. You dig for 1. So 30 cards in the deck. My bad. 3 Nocturnes. You look at 5 and you want to see 1. It's like 43%, which is like almost 1 in 2 chances of seeing it. And if you lose a Nocturne and you get to 2 because you drew 1, it's like 31. So it's like 1 in 3 chances. So if you actually see Nocturne being discarded, it's more than just, okay, this one will not be there. It's like every Teemo that is flipped the whole game gets a bit worse. And like not even a bit worse, like giga worse actually. 10% is a lot. He is thinking. He has 7 mana. He could go and trade with the champion. That could be a plan. Because, like, once again, remember, this is max 4 might. This is 1. This is 2. So obviously you have to play around this. But like you could go something like first mate, force this, either you kill those. And then whenever this is flipped, it's like way less threatening and you could like go into it with the accelerate effect. So there might be some aggressive play there because remember he needs to regain tempo is a half point behind. I'm using tempo a bit too much, sorry. Tempo should be about the board state and not about the score. It's different resources basically. Like one of the three, which are resources, card advantage, and runes. So number of cards in hand versus runes on board. Tempo, which should be like units on board, and then score, which are points, obviously. I think those should be the three things you consider when you're thinking about the game states and what you need to do to win the game. So he's thinking a lot because he has a lot of options. Pit Rookie, Discipline, Discard, I 8. Sunlit Guardian, I 8. I think it's like it was very overhyped at the beginning of the game, and now it's like not being played, and like I can see why I don't like it. Okay, so this is good, but this means Noi. Not like terrible though. We could go just like that. Yeah, I think that's a good trade. Very, very good trade. Oh, my bad. This Timo is flip 5. This Timo is not. Oh, I thought this Timo was a look at. Sorry, when you play me game 3. But it's the alt art. This Timo is flip 5. Okay, so that changes everything I've said up until now. My bad. The trade was not doable. It was not 1 might. It's 2 might plus blasts. And it's 0 hiddens. So 0 damage done and no nocturne. The Timo player is very happy. Captain Timo on duty! Aye, aye, aye. My friends. What's the hidden card? It's another Timo. Okay, so flip 5 again. We are looking forward to Nocturne or hidden cards. 1, 2. Nocturne is there. Let's go. And that's 2 hidden cards. So we finally found our first Nocturne of these 3 games. We dealt 2 damage and now we will be burning a rune to play this Nocturne. Finally. And that's very good for... Cool animation, by the way. That's very good for Timo because right now he knows for sure he is not going to lose this battle. And if any Timo survives, he will be able to cycle even more, sorry. So, yeah, that's very, very good for him. Maybe he could play something like Smokescreen or Fight or Flight would be great too. So that the opponent has to go back to base and then you can just trigger the Timos again next turn or next fight. I think any spell would be very good there for Timo. And he is thinking again, taking some time. He will kill the Timo, so no spells, unfortunately, no fight or flight, nor smokescreen. So basically he revealed that his mana is useless and that it was just a bait, because if he had anything he would have used it now. Does not mean he's lost the game though, but... Okay, Sunlit once again. Trash cards. I hate this guy. Not the player, the card. I think it has no value. It just gives you like 1 extra might when you're being attacked, which does not matter in E. You already have more might than everybody. It does not gain anything to fight against blasts, like spells that deal damage. I dislike this card very much. So, Timo will go Shark into this guy. Very useful. Very good use of 3 mites. What is he going to do? Is he going to go Engward Discipline? No, this guy is dying. He's baiting on it, no? I don't think he has Engward. I think he's baiting. He's just like debating. So now, both battlefields conquered. Timo has a 2-point lead. And Yi is in trouble. Yi is in big trouble. Discard a card. It will be a pine cone that is discarded. And do you discard pine cone there? Because there I think you're in the spot where pine cone is like super good. It's like, first of all, it's a super good card against Yi. Second, I think it's like very good overall when you're in the lead, no matter the matchup. Like it's also good against Keisa. She can't blast it. So he's going to hide what, like Timo? So he bounced Timo. He's hiding Timo again to go +4. And then it's Nocturne alone on the left. Should have kept Pinecone, no? Like you keep Pinecone, you burn a rune. Does not matter if it does not have energy. He's not forced to pay energy to hide cards. He can do it, but he can also burn a power. So he probably should have kept Pinecone and burned the power, no? Or he has something else in mind, maybe? Because for sure, it's going to be like fight Nocturne into any buff now. So it's Pit. Timo's going to drop 4 might. Then we will go like Discipline, no? I think we go Discipline. Maybe he drew like Engward or another Discipline. Ooh, okay. Wait, what? Cannon Barrage? So it's like deal 2 to everyone, right? I think that's what the card does. Let me check. Range. Deal 2. Okay, so it's... Ooh. Very interesting trade then. Because then Timo is 4, but he goes down to 2. And Ravenbloom is basically dead. So it's going to be Pit against Timo. They both trade, and then Pit gets the battlefield. So it's decent, actually, to play this Cannon Barrage now. It's a good way to use the card right now. Great, I should say. Not good. Why is it lagging, though? What's lagging? Okay, so they trade. Very interesting. Does Nocturne have 2 damage, or is it just... No, it's in combat, right? Yeah, it's in combat. It's not at the battlefield. So Nocturne is still full health. But like, he can go Pit. If he has double buff, it's terrible. If he does not, he can just go Pit Yi, and he's back on track. Pit Yi is good. Pit Yi is very, very good. Like, Pit left, Yi right, kills Nocturne, 4-4. You're not in the lead, but you've caught up on the points you needed. Should probably do that now. Or it's like 7 mana, you go Yi. You still have a rune to bait Defy or Engward, so it's not like free to go into trade into you. I think you should do that. I think this is a very good play. Will he do? Will he? Pit. I think it's the correct play. And then you can just like discard a Primal Rage, which should not be very useful in the matchup, to like draw a card with the green battlefield. Wait, did he pass? No, it's just Pit in the battlefield. Yeah, okay. So he scores. And now he should play E, probably. And it's first mate? You can just keep the mana tapped. It's okay. You have the energy. Does not change anything. How you doing, RSTCG? Hope you're doing great. Glad to have you here. So it's Ye, right? School tomorrow. Good night, Katchouze. See you, Corazon. See you, buddy. So yeah, it's Ye. For sure, accelerates. Comes to fight Nocturne. And Nocturne dies. And I think you just pass. You discard Primal Rage, probably. You draw 1, you pass. You can still... No, it's 4. You already had it. You can still use Defy. You can still use Engward if you have access to them. No, it's a very good turn, very decent turn. Now Shark has a free trade into Pit if you don't have Ingward. But if you have a mana open, they cannot trade freely because if you have Ingward, it's like big problems. It's big problems. If you know the meme. If I speak, big problems. Oh, Discord discipline to keep Primal Rage. Oh, okay. So no doubt he is a strong deck because I don't think he's taking a lot of great decisions and he is winning so far. Now Fox is a very good card here though. Because Fox is double trade. Do you have Engwards or do you not? Is the question there. This he is on 5 might, so if he has Engward, it still trades, and then Merchant goes there, gets the points, and then Shark goes the other way, gets the points. So it's a very good Fox there. And he checked that he does not have Engward now. He knows about it already. So it's discard Nocturne, draw a card, then it's Shark into Pit Rookie. Pit Rookie dies again. He's back to 6, back in the driver's seat. And now he has to do it all over again. Very sick Fox here. Insane Fox. Like that a lot. And he has a lot of mana, but at this point in time, his deck lists were not playing Dead Blood. By the way, I've seen it do this like the whole game long, like shuffling his end, but like face down and a bit upwards. Like those. Don't you think his opponent sees his card when he does this? Like maybe his opponent sees the card, no? Like he's just shuffling very like upward, no? Like he's showing his end, no? Or maybe like even one information is enough to maybe change a decision for your opponent. I think if you look closely, you could see a card, but maybe the table is like too wide. Oh, and now he has double Primal Rage, so he's punished. He's punished so bad for not discarding this first Primal Rage. Which was the play, I think it was the play. And he scoops, and Timo gets the win. Alright, well, very deserved, to be honest. This Timo player was clearly the best out of both players at this table. He was, like, deck building wise, strategy wise, even game mechanics wise, he was clearly the best player. And he still struggled, but he got the win, and it's very deserved. I'm happy for him to get the top 8 with his Timo list. What time is it? It's okay. It's midnight already here. Midnight and 5 minutes. I was thinking about watching the game 1 of Aurora Misfortune versus Kaisa, but maybe we'll leave it for next stream. Except if some of you are like, please do so. But I think we will leave it for next stream because I still have work tomorrow and I need to sleep. Did you guys have a nice stream? Was it like, did you have a good time? I hope you did. For those who arrived late, because I know some of you joined us when we started watching these games, we started talking about Ahri. I do have locals in the town where I live, and I won one with Ahri last week. And I think the champion is like very good. I think you should not play Time Warp. So I gave a bit of insight on what I think the deck does and how I think you should play it. So feel free to watch the vote. It's free. You don't need to sub to watch the votes. It will be on YouTube tomorrow anyway. So feel free to watch the vote. And also we talked about Lux, deck building Lux, which I think is a decent legend. And I will probably be playing the list we cooked for my next locals. And I come back next week and we'll talk about the list and what could be improved and what could be changed. So thank you guys for being there. I had a great time. I'm so glad to be back streaming. You can't know how glad I am to be back streaming. I missed that so much. Even though we're starting from scratch again before what we were doing before, I like it so much. I really couldn't be more happy about how things turned out. And I'm excited to be streaming Riftbound again in the upcoming weeks. Do we have a red? Can I send you to a Riftbound channel? No! We are currently the only live Riftbound channel on Twitch. Huh. That's a problem. Do we have anyone we want to red, guys? Do we have anyone we want to read? Maybe a league streamer? Or is there any like Yu-Gi-Oh streamer online? There should be, right? Ooh, there's someone I know. Okay, I will just read this guy. Those who like Yu-Gi-Oh, feel free to drop by and say hi. Those who only are here for Riftbound, I'll see you next Wednesday for the next week's stream. And you can also watch the votes on YouTube and the edited videos too. So feel free. This week I've dropped a guide on what I think is the competitive way to play the 16 legends in the first set Riftbound Origins. So feel free, it's just below the stream. You can access my YouTube channel's link and see what you like. So thank you so much for being there with me tonight. I will read someone right now. Give me a second. I will have you join the raid and I will tell you good night and I'll see you next week or on YouTube. Or feel free to add me on Discord or hit me up on Twitter or anything to interact about the game, because this is what I like a lot about this game, is that it's still in the early days and we have a lot to learn from each other. So feel free to interact. It was really good. It was a really good time for me. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Hope you have a great rest of your day wherever you are over the world, and I'll see you next week. Bye bye.